as you say, there has been a groundswell of public support for the Palestinians in the wake of almost 2 years of an Israeli.
Good to have you with us. Now, I understand, of course, you were listening to all of that going on. The fact that Donald Trump was prepared to come out and say, we are close to a deal, he may have actually said, and I don't want to misrepresent him, but he may have said, we have a deal on Gaza, and then rephrased it very slightly. As I said, on the day that Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about Israel's war on Gaza at the UN General Assembly and defending the actions that it's taken, what do you make of that juxtaposition?
I'm astonished. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu has one virtue, only one in my view, and that is that he tells us exactly what he thinks, and he's always done so. And his speech, as it was, and condemning the people of Palestine to death in many cases, didn't give any hope, didn't give any indication of a deal. On the contrary, it laid out all the conditions for a continuing war. Now, either Mr. Trump wasn't listening to that speech, or he hadn't been informed in advance. But he seemed, as you said, Rob, he seemed to be picking up what Steve Witkoff said the other day about we are close to a deal, and we discussed this, and we weren't sure what that would mean, and we knew that the Arabs...
All right. I'm going to sign in while people are joining. Not that that many people join anymore, but I'm grateful for everyone that does. All right, CJ. We, everybody, are at 12,430,000 shares. We're almost at 12.5 million. Obviously, you know, it's an approximate number, but it's very significant. This is very significant. It's about 12% of the float. Big number, very big number, and it'll mean something as the stock rallies. The market, the Dow is up 334, Nasdaq's up 65, S&P up 33. Let's see how the stocks are doing. Railtown's actually up, which I'm a little surprised because just my little bit of watching it this morning, it was constantly in the red. I'm sure they'll try to have it in the red by the end of the day. But that doesn't mean anything. Remember, it really doesn't mean anything. It gives you a chance to buy the stocks. 200 shares went off at 43. And I'm sure they'll try to hit the bid and get it in the red. Let's see. GDC's back up from the lows. It's down only 46.5 cents at $4.50. Today's lows were 388, so it's had a comeback. The stock I mentioned to you yesterday, Dolly Varden Silver, DVS, is up 26, and I'm going to be speaking with the CEO, and I'll see if I can organize. I have a scheduled time to speak with him. And I'll see if I can get an interview so that maybe he can show you the presentation on the company. G-Box is flat at 45 cents. And I don't know, what's another stock to look at? I guess Finger. Finger is down almost 2 cents at 160. Let's go back to Railtown. Railtown's volume is 33,700. The bid is 42.5. The ask 43.59. And I'd say it's pretty low volume considering. So I just want to review human nature. If we were at a World Series game and the seats behind the third base dugout, a whole section was donated by, let's say, by Budweiser to the crowd outside, so that you could buy your tickets at $1 instead of hundreds of dollars, you'd be all over it. You'd be all over it. And I'm not trying to make a comparison in those numbers. But as a human being, when you see a stock price down, you say, you know, a lot of you, some of you did buy silver when I was talking about it at 22 and 27 and 25 and 30 and 32. But now all of a sudden there's unsolicited questions about silver. Why? Because it's making new highs, new recent highs. That's human nature. I want in on it. Where's the action? It becomes a sport instead of probabilities in investing. And one of the things you can do in investing, if you've got all the computers and you've been trained and you've got the hours, you can day trade and you can wait until things break out to buy. But then the odds aren't necessarily with you. You've got to know a few things. You got to know the patterns, the chart patterns, the volume. You got to know yourself. As it breaks out, do you buy it and then you just take a quick profit? Like the guys advise you, can't go broke taking a profit. What that leaves out is, how do you make up for the losses? For example, GDC. Someone was very proud to let me know that he bought 5,000 shares a couple of weeks ago, and I think he paid $9. I don't know what he paid, but here it is, it's down. I'm not picking on him, but how do you make up for that loss? You just take quick profits, or do you let your profits ride? If you don't have a strategy or a sense of what to do, what do you do? Well, when a stock is low or a metal is low, you know the story, no one's looking, no one's talking about it. You can buy it inexpensively. What do you have to give up? You have to give up two things. You have to get ready to wait. And you have to give up feeling like you're part of the in crowd. You have to give that up. And then when the story changes, now everybody's talking about silver. So silver was, let me pick up one of those numbers, $25. Well, that was good risk reward. I mean, it had been as low as 16 for a while, but the upside to me was $75, $100, $125. Now everybody's talking about it. It's still attractive. It's still a great long-term buy, but silver is one of the most, has been in the past, one of the most volatile of metals. That may change, but it hasn't yet. So you buy it at $50 instead of $25, you got $25 risk to the downside. You might have $75 upside, but all of a sudden, you've got this big volatile risk to the downside in the short run. But you're in the game. Everybody's in it. It's on the headlines. Everyone's talking about it. Hey, somebody's going to blah, 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 hey, blah, 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 blah. step right up. You got to buy some, you got to buy it, you got to get in. Everybody's getting in. We get the debt, America, BRICS, war, XRP, default, banks going down, you better get in it, everybody else is in it. But by doing it at that time, you're jumping in where the probabilities are that you could be stepping in when it has a sharp pullback. I suppose that's always possible, but it's about probabilities. And when stocks or metals or investments get washed out, doesn't mean they're done with their volatility, doesn't mean they're finished with going down. It just means the probability factor has changed and sits more in your favor. Well, anyway, that's where Railtown is. Railtown went to 70 cents. I know, there's a couple of you that are very particular that what I say should be exactly correct. It went to 69 cents 70, 0.697. And now it's at 43 cents. Let me make sure that's where it is. Yeah, 43 cents. 42.5, 43.59. And the high is, 697. Yeah, I got it right. 697. So what are the probabilities? They did print one trade this year at 0.0001, which was a fluke. So when you look at the numbers, they want you thinking about the risk that it can go that low. That was just a complete illegal manipulated crap. But you and I know that because we know the story. If you were looking at it right away, you'd go, oh my God. They just want you on your scaredy pants brain, not your rational brain. So what is going on with Railtown now? What are the probabilities? We've been sitting with a stock that's always red every single day. Briefly, it's green maybe, but it's always red day after day, week after week, month after month. On February 11th, 2025, Railtown announced a memorandum of understanding to acquire AIP Partners, the company that runs a network of 180 companies now, AI companies. They said in there that it would take a few weeks, but they would bring it to a conclusion in the form of a letter of intent. I'm paraphrasing, in a matter of weeks. Well, now, next week, we'll be almost in our 8th month since they made that announcement. What are the probabilities? What's going on? We know that the criminal side of this, which is essentially legal, anything that the criminals do on behalf of the big funds and the banks is essentially legal. The attorneys protect the Kramers. Those are the same attorneys that work for the SEC. The regulators protect the Eastons of the world, the same attorneys that work for the big funds. So we can get all indignant and we can say, oh, this isn't right. Or we can think about, let's make money, or let's try to make money. Haven't we banged our head against the argument that this is wrong, what they're doing is wrong? Haven't we done it enough? to realize that it's not fruitful? So we do know, as a background in Railtown and over-the-counter stock, we do know that the headline of a memorandum of understanding, the body of the announcement that said they're going to acquire another company, and the headline said that, but the body of the announcement also said they were going to take some time to organize the LOI. We do know that illegally the computers on the sell side, it's all computerized. They start selling shares that they don't own, they don't locate, they don't borrow, they don't deliver. Now the argument goes, trying to look for the picture of the toad. Can't find him right now. Here he is. Physical things sometimes take on a life of their own. But computers working for the toad, he might have many banks of computers, or just day traders, or so-called swing traders. They just immediately start selling stock that doesn't exist. They put pressure on the stock price. Why do they do that? Well, maybe, to use an example of something that's going on right now, I don't know the case of this, it's just on people's minds. GDC announces that they acquire an LLC that owns 7,500 Bitcoin, and it's worth $1 billion. Okay, let me be exact. It's 7,500 Bitcoin, worth at that time, it was something like 857 million. Well, what did the shorts do? They start shorting GDC because they're going to try. They're going to try to, this is how they're thinking. I'm not giving a commentary on what's going to happen, but what the criminals are thinking, we destroy the price of GDC, then maybe the deal to buy this LLC with 7,500 coins of Bitcoin breaks up. Because what made sense maybe the gentleman that owned almost $1 billion of Bitcoin thought, hey, this makes a lot of sense. I'll go into this obscure, unknown, over-the-counter stock. I'm almost a billionaire. Why not? And immediately it was trading at 3/4 of that value, but now it's trading, I don't know exactly, but it might be trading at 40 cents on the dollar compared to the value of the Bitcoin. Well, why are they doing that? They want to destroy it. They sell it off with stock they don't own, and maybe it busts the trade. Maybe the deal doesn't get done. Maybe the guy putting up the 7,500 says, finito. I'm not going to put it in. Or they say, you know what? I'll put it in. But instead, that's one way. It just breaks up. And what happens? The stock price goes down. The criminals who's colluded and cheated and sold stock that doesn't exist, they win. Goes from $10 down to some lower number because the deal never happened. Or a second thing could happen. A second thing could happen. The guy putting in the LLC that has the Bitcoin could say, you know what? I'll go forward. But when I first did it with you, it was nearly 1-for-1. Now there's only a third. It only reflects a third of the value. So if you quadruple the number of shares I get, I'll do it. Well, then the company, depending on their desperation, says, well, okay. Well, the shorts still win. Because what was worth, I can't do the ratio in my head because I don't know the outstanding shares. But essentially, there were 60 million shares fully diluted. I'm making it up. I don't know the exact number. With 7,500 Bitcoin coming in. If there's triple, all of a sudden we're closer to 200 million shares with the same number of Bitcoin. So on a per share basis, the shorts by their own action have destroyed the value and diminished the per share value of the transaction. Now, I think in the case of GDC, you might be witnessing a group of guys like the Univest guys and the HKO and the TKO and the HKD and the TKD guys, where they're going to bribe illegally, but they're going to go bribe a trading desk, I don't know, in Hong Kong to turn on the buy computers and use algorithms that send orders all around the world to try to trick the toads sell computers illegal. And by the way, just so you know where I stand on that, I'm fine. If a bunch of offshore wealthy guys with investment bankers and attorneys want to abuse securities laws to the upside, the regulators let the criminals do it for 20 years to the tune of trillions of dollars. Trillions. Not 1 trillion, tens of trillions. But no one cares. So I'm indifferent. I think good on them for doing it. But it might be that the group of insiders and wealthy guys that all own stock in GDC are going to pay bounty and put up cash that can be traded in the tens of millions of dollars. To get the volatility upward, the key is you, though. They need you, unpredictable, out of the blue, not in the algorithms, volumes that show that, oh my God, this might get out of control. So the toads sell computers, get a little nervous about selling, they pull back, and they might start buying back a little bit. And then the buy computers, as they're pinging all around the world, start accelerating because of your volume, because of how they're reading your volume. And they may try to do that. And maybe GDC is going to be the next HKD. But how about this? If the criminals, who I think seem to control most of the short squeezes, if they just, you would argue they're keeping their nerve. It's just computers. There's no nerve about it. It's just a system. If they just keep selling and selling and selling and selling, they keep the price down. And just like with Nixie, which pre-market twice, they gunned the machines. 50 million in volume. That's what you might see in GDC one morning, pre-open. 40 million in volume. But if the sell side, the Toad and his friends, can just crush it, they know they're selling 40 million shares that don't exist, 100 million shares that don't exist. But guess what? They know human nature. They know that the guy that's going to put up $1 billion, it's not $1 billion, it's 806. All right, almost $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, and the stock didn't squeeze. It didn't catch hold. The juice given to the offshore trading desk, the money set aside to gin the mills, didn't work. I'm not going to put my money in, and my Bitcoin in. And the stock goes to 50 cents. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying we know this is what the criminals do. We know that. Yet when we look at Railtown, we say, man, that stock price must be telling us something. That baseball player or that Budweiser that just gave away tickets of a whole section behind third base at the World Series for $1 a ticket instead of hundreds, there's got to be something wrong with that section. If you can fight that, it's going to be hard to fight it. I know it's going to be hard to fight it. You'll be grateful that you took advantage of these shares available. Why are the shorts doing it? Well, I don't think in the case of Railtown, it's a matter of stealing the whole market cap like Aubrey Advisors and their client Pilar did with Logic and Collective Audience and Data Logic. My guess, $200 million because of a naive CEO. I see no evidence of that here with Railtown. In fact, the whole market cap is only 63 million, and they haven't been able to run it up really. So the tea leaves, but also looking, studying filings and I guess it's called annual reports. It's in Canada, but the year-end financials, I just don't see any toxic financing in Railtown. So I think you can dismiss the idea that there's a dedicated group of criminals trying to steal the whole market cap. So what does that leave? That leaves the swing trader. So, I don't even know what swing trading is. It's just a nickname to get you to pay money for advice. But people who short the stock and don't close it out at the end of the day, don't close it out before the weekend, don't close it out necessarily at any time. They just leave the position open. But they're doing it to trade for a profit. Or day traders that just go with the momentum. And they're here every single day. They're trying to break your nerve. They don't care about the story. They don't care about everything I'm saying or other people are saying. They don't care that they're standing in front of a freight train that might go to $45. They don't care about that. They're not going to be in the stock that long. All they want to do is take the stock from 50 cents down to 42 cents and maybe make 5 cents on 200,000 shares. That's all they're trying to do. And you'd say, why take all that? They don't think they're taking risk. They're doing it across hundreds of companies. And they have all the advantages of breaking the law, colluding, stealing, cheating, lying, and they'll never go to prison. Ever. They have Yom Kippur coming up next week. Get their blessings there. Meet their attorneys there. I mean, I'm telling you, the system is rigged and you can't fight it. How can you fight it? You can use your knowledge of what these criminals do, cowardly criminals, who have all the advantages. You can use it to your benefit. In the case of Railtown, I don't think you have a big market cap stealer like the Toad in there. I do think you have some of the opportunistic day traders and the slightly braver so-called swing traders, both momentum players, whose computers got them in this mess. They don't do any thinking. They just buy the computers, set it to stun, and they go off on their holiday. The computers saw MOU, LOI, acquire, weeks, they started selling. Because they want, just like I tried to describe with GDC, and I don't know what's happening there. If follow Ham, follow Dirty Randy. But I think those moving parts are in people's minds. So it's a hypothetical that I described. Well, that's what they're trying to do here. Break the per share value of the acquisition by saying, well, there's a CEO at Railtown, there's a CEO at AIP, they've agreed a deal. Let's crush the value of that deal. And the CEO at AIP might say to the CEO at Railtown, you know, we liked the deal when it was 70 cents, but now that it's 25 cents, which by the way it isn't, I'm just trying to give an example, we think you should issue 4 times as many shares to us and we'll still go along with the deal. Well, then the acquiring CEO has to say to himself, shite, I thought I was doing something good for shareholders, but now I'm over a barrel because if I don't do it, shareholders are going to sell, they're going to be frustrated, and the stock will go to a penny in a sell-off. So I'm kind of stuck. I'll go ahead and do it. And he says, all right, I'll give you 4 times as many shares as I promised. And we'll take the outstanding shares from 100 million. We'll go to 400 million. Then the shorts, the criminals, have warped price discovery. They've warped the efficacy of markets, which no one cares about. And they've changed the value to you, the investor, to the hardworking employees, to the taxpayers, to the entire economy. They've changed it into their favor. Because 3,000 years ago, it was promised to them that they could. They change it into their favor, and the company goes forward with it, but the per share value of the transaction is highly diluted. And then they'll come on and make fun of me. Or the CEO of AIP says to the CEO of Railtown, you know, we need more shares to go through with this, a better ratio split, or we're not going to do it. And the CEO of Railtown says, screw it, I'm not going to be held hostage. And he breaks up the transaction. And the stock crashes. That also works to the advantage of the criminals. This is what they do, stock after stock after stock after stock after stock. And your mind is telling you, no. The stock price is telling me something. I saw this happen with MMTOP. I saw this happen with MMAT. I saw this happen with Vocal. I saw this happen with Root. I saw this happen with Wolf. I saw this happen with MULN. I saw this happen with Finger. I saw this happen with GTII, although that was a pretty hollow company. I saw this happen with ZJYL and G-Bucks and you know, and blah, 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 blah. But this time it's different. The stock price is telling me something. I'm not going to listen to what I know, which is the criminals manipulate the market for their own benefit because they're special, because they're protected, because they deserve to be able to steal money from you because you're a bunch of patsies, and I'm a patsy too, by the way, and you don't get upset. Well, we grumble, we rumble around, we have calls, we listen to CEOs like the guy with 3 first names and the dyed hair, and he has a British accent, so he must be a good guy, the drum major, and it's his $1 billion fight against the shorts, but he's just like the rest of them. He takes money away from you. It doesn't change his lifestyle. He's still banging his secretary and married to his wife, flying first class, pretending to know what the hell he's talking about, acting as if putting a bunch of contracts together and making it international, acting as if he's doing something good for the world, and you buy it. Railtown's how to fight back against this. Railtown puts power in your hands. The Goyim are going to win. The great unwashed masses are going to win in Railtown. Because this strategy that these overly self-impressed men use, they just blanket use it across every stock. And so in every stock, they expect the same result. And if you have a GME or an AMC, momentarily it gets out of control. Well, then you bring in Cohen. You bring in Cohen. You bring in Roaring Kitty. And you pump and dump it 6 or 7 times. You make back all the money you lost. It's a perfect crime. And we play the putts because our eyes are telling us what's going on, but we don't want to act. Now, we could say, yeah, the other hand is you brought us logic. You let Ham talk to us about Finger. You let Ham talk to us about GDC. You let Ham talk to us about G-Bucks. You let Ham, yeah, okay. Okay. There might be an argument there. I don't know. I don't want to get distracted by it. But so why is Railtown different? It's just like all the others. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Ham's not recommending Railtown. And I'm not picking on Ham, but that's one distinct difference. I'm not picking on him. Secondly, Railtown isn't an over-the-counter stock per se. It's a Canadian stock. Thirdly, Railtown hasn't done toxic financing. So Railtown, the criminals don't have to go out there and hire the promote boys to get the stock up. So the banksters and the criminal there is no toxic financing, and therefore the whole circle jerk isn't going on with Railtown. I lost my train of thought, so let me leave it at that. The other thing going on with Railtown that's different, Railtown's in an industry that's as hot as any I've ever seen. Now, hot is a word that's used by promoters. I understand that, but I don't know what other word to use. This AI 2.0, according to James Altucher, is the biggest wealth creating technology change in 150 years. I can't figure out what he's talking about other than railroads, but he might be talking about the cotton gin or the mechanization of the industrialization of sugar. He might be talking about radio, but radio wasn't 150 years ago. Anyway, so you got the industry at the right time. You've got governments in an arms race to make sure their countries and their companies are not left behind, pouring money into data centers. You've got the technology just coming on. Blackwell chips and just the big data centers. The computational power of computers has taken a quantum leap. The storage power, the decision-making power, and AI has moved from large language models to this other thing. I don't know, agenic. But it basically means the worldwide system has gathered all the information, and now you're using it for specific purposes vertically. All of that background has matched up with a group of guys who saw it coming. Some of them have gray hair, but they have experience, and they got ready to build their product to solve a problem that no one else was solving. Why? Did they know about it? Because they've been in computer development their whole careers. And they wanted to be ahead of this perfect storm so they could benefit and their shareholders could benefit. What's another difference? These CEOs are not out there bragging to you that the short fight is their fight. They're not trying to get into bed with the Eastons and any other one of these fly-by-night criminal capital formation so-called companies. All in my own judgment, the whole video is. They're not doing that. They're just going about their business. They don't need capital. They're not lying to you. They're not promoting to you. They didn't come to you. I did. They're not paying me. They're not across everything essentially lying. They're just set about doing their work. The only other difference I can think of, I'm sure there's others, but Railtown's addressable market is gigantic. It's not, an energy storage company that has 0.5% of the overall potential market, and it's diverse all over, and it might work. Railtown is in a new burgeoning market that is gigantic, $300 billion to be spent a year, according to third-party analysis. And apparently, now this is a leap of faith, but apparently Railtown has the product at the time battle-tested in its commercial form, not its idea form, not its, hey, let's get funded form. They already have it going. I can't do the arithmetic, but if they got 1% penetration into a $300 billion market, I mean, I think you can do the arithmetic. It's $3 billion in revenue. $3 billion. 1% penetration. If their product is the bee's knees, is that fantasy? Or is that too little? None of these other stocks has that going for them. None of them. The gigantic, almost fantastical upside of a $300 billion annual spend to upgrade and create software to meet everybody's company's competitors' AI improvements. It's an arms race. And at least from the information we have, Railtown has the product, proprietary, ready to go, battle tested, best in class, first to market. Well, I don't believe it. I think there's other companies that can do it, and they can do it. All right. So let's just say Railtown, if we were talking about sodas and the worldwide soda market, I don't even know the number, but I could tell you that Coca-Cola has a gigantic portion of the soda market, and you'd understand that because they have, I don't know if they have the best product, but they have the most accepted product in the soda world. Well, what's different here? Railtown apparently is the premier and maybe the only solution that is supra and ready to go. Would it be a stretch to say they could get 20% of that market? 10% of that market? I don't think so. Over time. I mean, that's what the VC people, that's what the analysts, that's what the people with money are going to start thinking about. So is it that crazy to say 1%? 1% is 3 billion. All right, it's crazy. How about 1/3%? 1 billion in revenue is the goal that they could get. You put a multiple on that, 100 times, 50 times, like 200 times, because it's growing. It's a huge number. So then you start thinking, well, if those kind of projectable numbers are out there, why would Microsoft not buy them? Why would NVIDIA not buy them? Why would AMD not buy them? That's a good question. And why wouldn't they buy them quickly? That's a good question. And then you ask yourself, well, would Railtown sell itself for $1? I think the answer obviously is no. Would Railtown sell itself at $25 a share? Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I think the answer is no. Would they sell themselves at $250 a share? Well, now you're starting to get into levels that at some negotiation, it's all about price. But I don't know the answer. None of us know that answer. Why would Railtown sell? Well, if you do have a product that solves a glaring issue and you're the first to market, but you're essentially a startup, how do you go claim the whole beach? You partner up with somebody with resources, with capital, with man and women power, with advertising power, with an existing sales force that's already embedded in software development. Microsoft. You partner up with the company that's created the Blackwell chip, NVIDIA. So there's reasons why we as shareholders could perceive, and to me it's just glaringly obvious, Railtown will be bought out. When? I don't know. I don't think they're going to be a unicorn. I don't think Railtown wants to be Amazon or for that matter, NVIDIA. I don't know though. I don't know. Just my thinking. And there's many of you that know a lot more about software and technology than I do. But Railtown seems to be a solutions company, a software company. I know that we don't use that word when we use AI. The difference with some of these other companies, they come up with infrastructure and a lot of investment, and they become their own industry, like an Amazon or a Facebook. But even those can be subject to competition over time. But to me, the quickest way, the most sure-footed way for the Railtown conductor product to claim its beachhead is to partner up with much deeper pockets. Does it happen at $1? Does it happen at $5, $25, $100, $375? We don't know. But it's not here at 43 cents. Anyway, so those are some of the differences I see versus what the criminals can do to MULN. Pick on a neutral company. Or an MMAT, great company, but the criminals can just wipe it out. They can't do this here, I don't think, with Railtown. So, why is the stock at 43 cents? Well, I think there can only be broadly I think broadly there's only three scenarios. Maybe there's more, which I'll think of as I'm talking. But one scenario is that Railtown and AIP have decided not to merge. So the stock is in a holding pattern. And remember, this is what the criminals count on. If they can crush the stock price, they can create the event of the walk away or the dilution by their own illegal actions. And it works over and over again. And they bribe Congress. They pay off your broker dealers with commissions. And the amount of money they give to the gods of modern world attorneys is more than cocaine dealers receive. So it always works. So that's one thing, is that AIP and Railtown are not going to merge. I would argue it doesn't matter, because I think Railtown on its own is gigantic without AIP. Together they're gargantuan. What else could be going on? A scam could be going on. The attorneys are working with the shorts, working with hedge funds, working with at least one broker dealer, working with some attorneys, and they're paying me to come take advantage of you. But if you think about the me part of that, what is it? You're going to get in at 43 cents? And what's going to happen? How are they going to make money? It's going to go to 30 cents? I'm not being paid by the company, by the way. But anyway, there could be a scam going on. I think the third option is that Railtown and AIP met each other early in the awareness cycle on Wall Street. I warned you about this. It's the same thing going on in the metals. It'll happen in oil and gas. Wall Street, as they come around the new year, need a new product to make money on, but they have to educate everybody on it first. Takes a few months. And AI 2.0, Altucher's name for it, they started educating everybody. But it didn't meet AIP and Railtown after, particularly in the case of Railtown, years of being out in the woods alone with this vision, met AIP, but the momentum of the wave of interest from Wall Street, the knowledge, the research reports, the new products, the capital being raised, the investment bankers telling their clients like a Microsoft to buy one of their portfolio clients like GitHub. That just started accelerating this year. And I don't think it's even begun to fight, but it's much bigger and much more fun than it's been for the last 4 or 5 years. But AIP and Railtown met in November last year. They linked up in February, and then the music started, the band started. The dance floor got crowded. The chicks came on to dance without boyfriends, and it's so crowded they started taking off their coats, and you started seeing how beautiful they were underneath. And all of a sudden there's excitement and distractions and things to do. And the dance card filled up. So I think those are the 3 choices. One is the deal's busted, which I think is irrelevant anyway. 2, that there's some sort of scam going on here and everybody's involved. Or 3, things are just bloody better than they were in February. Much better. But the stock price is down, so you don't want to act on it. You'd rather buy it at $4 once you know, and that's probably reasonable. But that's like you're already rich. You can buy a lot of stock here while the shorts are selling it via computers. You can probably buy 100,000 shares this morning for 43 grand. 43 grand won't buy you 10,000 shares in a few months. You won't be able to get that. You won't even be able to locate that many shares, in my judgment. So I'll answer some of your questions there. But I really think being frozen by the modus operandi of the criminals, which is nearly robotic. There's no thinking going on. They don't have any knowledge. Some are very short term. Some are kind of short term, medium term. But none is 6 months, a year, 5 years. And right now, those kind of buyers can't buy the stock. So you're sitting here with an opportunity to pay pennies, and you're not doing it because you're afraid that the stock market, the price, is telling you something. You're afraid that because GTII was a complete muck up, that must be what's going on here, in a complete non sequitur of logical thinking. Well, I can bang the drum slowly, but I can't make the horse drink the water. Wow, Dolly Varden is now $5 today. Damn. DVS. I actually think that's a stock at $5. The low this year is $2.29. At $5, that's an attractive time to buy it. I don't want you to get distracted by it, by Dolly Varden, but I'll try to get the CEO to talk to you. But if you look at the chart of Dolly Varden, let me see if bar chart gives you a max chart. It does kind of. it does kind of give you a max chart. This is Dolly Varden for the last decade. And I bought my shares here. They did an offering at $10. It wasn't that. It was 300,000 shares at 25 cents and 75 grand I put in. And then the shorts destroyed it. I talked to the CEO. I said, they're going to kill you. And they did. But now they're coming out at $5, and you see where they're breaking through. I think it's going to 10 next. And I think it'll get up to 15 and on the way. It's on its way, finally. And I'm sure they have a huge short position. But man, that 75 grand, that's some of the money I could have put in Bitcoin at $1 or lower when I was in London. I did this instead. All right. I'm going to go through your comments, and then I'm going to show you a couple of things. If Railtown does perform well in the next weeks, not at $5, because if you borrow against your position at $5, it depends on your firm, but it could be volatile enough that one morning you get a phone call, or you don't even get a call, and they say they've taken your maintenance requirement from 50% or from 75% to 100%, and they sell out some of your stock. It's too risky. But if Railtown got to $10 or $15 or $20, I would have, and I think I still will. We'll see. And maybe, if we still have the majority of our position collectively, if we have 12 million shares, maybe I can go to Dolly Varden and say, look, we're interested collectively in giving you, I don't know, 5 million. What do you need? I mean, if we have 12 million shares and it goes to $25, we've got 300 million collectively. Maybe we say, look, we're willing to give you $3 or $4 or $5 million. What do you offer us? If we put it up, can we get stock and warrants, for example? Who knows? But that's if we stay together and we have that kind of buying power. That, I think, is in our future. I think it's in our near future. But right now, our job is to buy Railtown at 43 cents. But it drives you crazy, because if everything I'm saying is correct, why is the stock 43 cents? You can't get that out of your head. That's going to be the bane of your financial existence, that you can't put that aside and look at the opportunity. All right, let me go through some of your comments. Luckily, you don't have too many. CJ Yukon, hey, CJ. Julie Kim, good morning. ADH. Oh yeah, baby, get it while it's cheap. It is cheap. CJ Yukon added 2,000 today. Okay. I'm going to put that on this next page. That's great, CJ Yukon. That's just what to do. Hey, Michael, hey, be looking to add early next week. Yeah, I hope it's still there. I mean, it's been so far, so I'm not saying it won't be. If I had to guess, we're looking at October. We're probably looking now that the attorneys are essentially through September. The next 3-day weekend is Columbus Day. Might as well wait till then, right? But that gives us a chance to keep buying. But remember, just because the wait has been interminable doesn't mean it could stop. It can stop on a dime. In 2 minutes, it'll be 3 o'clock. It could stop at 3 o'clock. They could say in a press release today at 3 o'clock, and all of a sudden the stock's $1.25. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. Just be aware of it. Hey, Jim, how are you? William Wallace. Hold, hold, hold. Good man. 20,000 is a great position. If I'm right, I think I'm right. Fast Eddie. Good day to you, sir. Donna M., how are you? Happy Friday. Ocean sailing. I am sailing. Ocean sailing. Far away. Across the sea. Always sailing. Endless sailing to be with you, to be free. Everything on my screen is red now, except for Dolly Varden Silver. Finger is down a little bit. Railtown is down a smidgen. GDC is down not so badly now, 32 cents. G-Bucks is down 2 cents. I am sailing. Eric B. News at the next earnings, November 27th. I don't know that earnings scheduled really enters into it, Eric. It might, but I don't. All they have to announce, unless they get a delay at earnings time, is earnings. They don't have to announce anything else. And if they've made arrangements for revenue deals, for example, there's a name for them, corporate sales agreements or something like that. If they've got some of those, I don't know if they're obligated to announce them, if in their judgment announcing those would have a negative impact on other things they're trying to do. I don't know. I'm not involved, and but earnings, I think the only thing they really have to announce is they have to update their financials every quarter. But even then, you have some leeway to ask for a delay. But the core of your question is there a time frame where they have to make this acquisition, which was announced February 11th, if they have to make it an LOI or a final agreement. And I don't think it's earnings. It's clearly not necessarily pressure from shareholders, because if you're the CEO and if you're the board, yeah, you've got to treat people well that are asking for information. But if you're privy to opportunities and transactions and negotiations, and you can't talk about it, which takes precedence? The fact that you've got a bunch of hungry ducks squawking for their feed? Hey, what's going on? We want to know. Why is it you got that? Or if we can just hold this together for another I'm making it up. I have no idea. For another 30 days, because we're matching AIP with Railtown, but with Conductor, we're just getting a contract with IBM for a worldwide installation in all corporate headquarters that IBM serves. I made that up. I have no idea. But behind the scenes, something could be going on that one variable being locked down leads to a change in the other variables for the benefit of shareholders, and it's grand. And our experience, because we've been shoveled a lot of shite for 3 or 4 years, our experience is delays mean negative things. Fine. I get that. I feel that. I experience it. I think it's reasonable to question about it. But I think if the deal had broken up, for example, we'd already know about it. It's very clear if you Google, if you use AI about Canadian securities laws. If an acquisition breaks up, that's material information, and it has to be disclosed immediately. And immediately has a slightly clearer definition than soon or than imminently. Immediately is, I mean, unless you're talking about geologic time frames, and you say that when the asteroid or the comet hit the North Atlantic ice pack and turned ice into fresh water, and the fresh water poured into the North Atlantic, and it stopped the conveyor current, the Great North Atlantic current that brings warm water to Europe, and it stopped it, but it took an estimated 5,000 years, or whatever it took. But in geologic terms, that's immediately. But in human terms, that's forever. I mean, we could argue all those things. But I think immediately, in terms of financial disclosure, is pretty clear cut. I wouldn't imagine it'd be more than a day or two, maybe a weekend, but immediately pretty clear. So I think we'd know if the deal was broken up. The idea that this is all some big scam, to whose benefit? Who's benefiting from it? The only ones that I think benefit from spreading that message are the cowardly criminal day traders and swing traders that are trying to purloin $1,000 a day from your pockets. It's much more believable to me that in normal times, they being all the decision makers, the boards and the investors and everyone involved, they could put together a transaction fairly straightforwardly. But when you're doing that while the excitement is growing and while other people are out there bidding against you, and while the whole idea is to claim as much of this space as quickly as possible, and you have to do it quietly, otherwise other people come see what you're doing and take it from you, it starts to make sense that there's a delay if you see it as being good, not negative. I know it's a leap of faith. I know that. I do think that, talking the other side of my mouth, I do think the stock price is telling us something. They're not able to get it down. Yes, they've punished it down from 20 cents. They've punished, well, more than that, 25 cents. They've punished it down over the last 3-4 months. But it's been slow. And recently they can't seem to kill it. And they're trying, it's obvious, they're trying. So I take that the price is actually telling us that not only is the deal not canceled, it's going to go through, but it also, I think the price is telling us that there's a lot of buyers out there. I don't know, it's not a lot of volume, but I think the buying is strong enough to keep the stock price from collapsing. Are those buyers informed? There might be some of that, and they got to be careful so they don't want to buy too much. And I don't know. It's all going, to me, it's all going on in Canada. It has nothing to do with us. That's my opinion. Anyway, 42.5 to 43.57. Justin Babish. I invested in Railtown mostly because of the people. Believe they are among the most tech enlightened and experienced. Wouldn't buy more. I'm not going to say that won't happen, because I told that one guy he'd never be able to get it at 42 cents. Well, it went down, so you might be right. But if you're waiting for it to pull back, I think it's an exercise in futility, but it might happen. I think the upside of Railtown is so big that I personally would be mad at myself if I missed out on buying at 43 cents. And let's say I had $4,300 and I said, you know what, I'm going to see if I can buy it at 30 cents. And then it goes to $43 over the next 2 years. I'd be really mad at myself at that decision making. But Justin, you know your personality better than I do, and I understand that need to get that. I want to be able to tell my grandchildren I bought it at the very low. I just think it's foolish, but everybody's got to make up their own mind. Justin makes me sound greedy because I only think about myself when I want to buy low. No. I didn't say that. I'm not trying to, we're not buying this to be part of some sort of team that's driving the price up. I'm not saying that at all. Let me be clear. And I think I've been clear. I do not think this stock price is affected by our buying, even though we bought a lot of shares. I do not think that. Somebody could do a study and say, well, yeah, it did have an impact. I don't believe that. I think what's driving the stock price of Railtown is the trading in Canada. And yeah, we bought 12 million shares, but the computers on the sell side just printed those shares out. They just Xeroxed those out of thin air. If we bought 25 million shares, I think they just give more of those shares. I don't think it has anything to do with the stock price. I think what's going on in Canada is the stock price. So, Justin, I don't care if you buy it here or don't buy it here. I do not believe if collectively we all bought 1 million shares today that the stock would go up. I think they'd give it to us at 43 cents or below, because they're just printing it out of thin air, and it's tied to the Canadian stock price. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. But Justin, no, I am not trying to get people to all buy this stock to make it go up. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm trying to hammer home that right now, while nobody's looking and everyone is a scaredy cat, and the criminals keep day trading or swing trading, remember their objective is very short term, and they have a get out of jail free card because they can walk away from their accounts and they won't go to jail. So it's a free good. Why not press it to its limit? See if they've already got it down 25 cents in 90 days. Maybe they can get another 5 cents. That's their thinking. In the middle of their thinking, I'm telling you, Justin, that you can take advantage of the supply of stock, which is fake, but your brokerage firm has to honor it. Buy it. And if you can look at 6 months, 9 months, 18 months, 24 months, you benefit. So no, I'm not, you got it all wrong, boy. I'm not trying to somehow trying to cause this stock to rally and then a bankster can come in and do an offering and then everybody that's bought it gets sucked out. I'm not doing that at all. It's not evident to you, Justin. We've purchased 12 million shares. We never made the stock price go up, ever. I mean, I guess you could argue that the stock would be 25 cents instead of 35 cents. 32 cents instead of 42 cents. I don't know. These are things you can't prove. But my instinct is, Justin, if you wanted to buy 1 million shares today, you could get it done under 44 cents. The laws of supply and demand do not work here for now. For now. The criminals' computers are set on print. Anyway, it's hard to get that idea across. Justin Babisham said in a tweet a while ago that his friend owns 3 million Railtown. Someone mentioned it on his comments 2 months ago or something. Well, yeah, that guy, I know the person. I've met that person many times. 4 times, maybe 5 times. I don't know, something like that. So I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Let me suggest something to you, Justin. That gentleman who owns 3 million shares, and maybe his friends, the last time Ham told you that guy had 3 million shares, 2 months ago, let's say. Why is it still 3 million shares? Why isn't it more? Because he's not allowed to buy. They just aren't allowed to buy. If you're long and you break securities rules, you're going to go to jail. If you're a short and you break securities rules, the attorneys that work for the SEC, the same law firms, will get you out of trouble. It's just how it is. So, Justin, I would argue there's pent-up demand there. If RT rolls up other AI companies and incorporates them, I don't think that's the word you want to use. Although I think you can use incorporate to mean what you are trying to mean. But when we're talking about companies, to talk about incorporating, it also has a different meaning. So anyway, I get what you're trying to say. If Railtown rolls up other AI companies and incorporates them, any acquisition of RT would have to want to buy those companies also. Feels like RT's first goal isn't to sell out. Well, it all comes down to price. I would happen to agree with you that any kind of buyout or sellout is down the road. I don't know, a year, 2 years, 3 years. Because Railtown is going to roll up these companies and the revenue to create a much bigger company. But Railtown has an idea of how much revenue they can create and how much revenue they can roll up and in what time frame they can do it. That's in their mind. So therefore, the stock can go to X price. And an acquirer, if they're being critical, and not all acquirers are critical, sometimes they see the same thing, but they may say, no, it's going to take longer. No, you'll never get that. You know, I'm just making up numbers. We'll pay you $25 a share right now. And Railtown might say, no. We're convinced within 18 months, I'm making this up, Justin, I'm totally making up. We're convinced in 18 months we can sell ourselves for $250 a share. I'm giving you wide numbers just to make an example, just making it up. So Railtown in that scenario would say, nah, we're not going to sell for $25. Shareholders are going to say, are you crazy? All I paid for it was 50 cents. I'll take $25 all the, because shareholders don't have any information. On the other hand, if that buyer, let's pick a name. If Microsoft offers $25, but then NVIDIA comes in and it's quiet negotiating, but NVIDIA comes in and says, you know what? We believe your story and we're not competing with you. We don't have our own sales force competing with you. We're willing to give you $125 a share in stock because we really want to bring in your idea so we can sell it alongside our chips. Well, all of a sudden, the first acquirer, they don't know what NVIDIA offered. But this guy says, well, am I in the park? And Railtown says, well, no, she's offering us, you're not even close. Well, I'm going to get our team together and we'll see what else we can do. And maybe they come back at $75. And in the meantime, the woman running the acquisition from NVIDIA's standpoint says, hey, why haven't you taken our deal? Well, there's other interests. And maybe NVIDIA comes back and says, we'll pay you $175 a share in stock, and we'll give you we'll give you an override, or well, that's oil and gas talk. We'll give you some sort of bonus if certain things happen, and you could earn another $50 a share if you hit certain targets. Well, all of a sudden, that may not be $275, but if the targets are hit, you're at $225. That starts looking attractive. All right, we're ready to sign. And that could happen before, Justin, it could happen before they roll up all these companies. But I would imagine that the acquirer would say something like, we're going to pay you this in stock. I don't know how it works in high technology, but we'll pay you, $150 in stock, and we'll hold $100 in stock aside for 18 months, and you need to hit 80% of your projections or 60% of your projections to earn that other $100 worth of stock. And it could be something like that. But yeah, I agree with you. It's, it's a sliding target. It's a sliding target. If they stand on their own. So Railtown, they're trying to hit the bid as I'm talking. It really started. Oh yeah, they got 10,935 at 42.5. That was the bid, and then another 10,935 at 42.5. Who the hell is selling except the criminals? They just want you to believe whatever the hell lies they want you to believe. If they stand on their own intellectual property, they would be more attractive as an acquisition target. That's to you, Justin, because you don't believe it. And I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should. But to men and women inside the AI space, inside Microsoft, inside NVIDIA, inside AMD, inside Apple, what they know is giant leaps ahead of what you know. And they may be able to look at what's on offer by acquiring Railtown and the team and the acquisitions that are in place, and they don't have your hesitation. They don't need the prove it to me that you do. It could be that way. Could be. We don't know. I mean, frankly, we're just guessing what's going on. Justin, what if a big tech giant didn't want to buy all of Railtown, but only completely buy out Conductor as a business from Railtown, but left Railtown as themselves to build more products? So, well, anything's possible. That Windrift split it asunder, and the team was valuable. The licensing of their product was valuable. The product itself was valuable. So anything's possible, Justin. You make an interesting breakdown. What's valuable in this case? Railtown has at least 4, maybe 5 products. They talked about 5. They have Conductor, Rail Tracks, Lang Tracks, Shredder, and then this visual screen or some program they have. So they have 5 products. What's the most valuable of those? And then they're gonna buy AIP. Collectively are all those companies they may roll up? Is that the most valuable piece of this story. And then is Railtown team and their ability to create new products, or maybe with AIP's various teams, let's call it their laboratory. Is their laboratory valuable? I don't know. We don't know those things. I don't think it'll get split up. What I've seen in technology before, Justin, and it's not like I'm a genius about it. There's people here that know it a lot better. But all Railtown really has to do is prove the strength of its product. And once it shows it has high receptivity and a high margin and a high price and a huge and growing order book, the big boys will pay for it. But I've spent so much time trying to explain that, and it never gets through. But it's the valuation that you're paying for Railtown right now is as if Railtown is still in the research and development phase. I think you're paying for Railtown right now pre-seed money. At best, you're paying a seed valuation. You're paying pre-IPO. You're paying pre-money prices, but you don't see it. Everybody overcomplicates it. I get it. I get it. I think the value in Railtown is the conductor product. I think the roll-up strategy of AIP, I'll show you here in a second. I think it's fantastic. I think it's genius. I think that is even better than Constellation software. But I think which one, they're different strategies, and which one can be implemented more quickly, which one has a faster rate of growth, which one has higher margins. I'm completely befuddled. I have no idea. I think with AIP partners, the opportunity is just enormous. But could Conductor be that one product like I don't know, like I see. I'm not very good at technology. Like I can't come up with a like product. But could Conductor be that one product that just absorbs this huge upside of software development? Yeah, it could. It could be, it could be big on its own. We just don't know. I don't know. Is this a combination of equals? Is one getting bigger while the other is really big? But we just don't know. We just don't know. I like the way you're thinking, Justin, but I don't have the capacity to tell you how it's going to shake out. If Conductor is as meaningful and as powerful as it seems to be, that's an assumption. That's an assumption. If it's good, I think there's going to be a bidding war. And I don't think they'll just buy Conductor. I think they'll buy the whole company. And in that scenario, does the build out of AIP drag it all down? Because Conductor is a rocket ship going to Jupiter, and AIP is a fast train coming down to Caroline. Both are going to meet their objective, but they're different. I don't know. It just depends on the acquirer. I think they're both enormously attractive and exciting, but the stock sits at 43 cents. Hey, D. Gordon. I knew somebody named D. Gordon. Long time ago. All right, let's see. Thank you for the advise. Yes, the advise. That's a spell check, I know. I bought 1,345 of Railtown at a cost. What? You're making fun. You paid 65 cents? I'll write it down. I don't believe it though, because I think your English is so poor. But maybe, maybe you're typing into your computer in a different language. You're not losing. If you paid 65 cents, yes, it's temporarily down, but this is not hot money. This is not day trading money. This is not move from a Benedito Beauty to hamster hype or a Borders bomb or whatever the hell you want to call these daily ideas that come up. This is buy it, and if you paid a little bit too more, well, you were subject to, just like all of us, just like me. I'm going to miss out if I don't buy it now. And then the selling comes in. This is a chance to add to your position, D. Or if you don't want to, it's okay. When this stock is $6.50, your 65 centis will not leave you losings. And I don't know if you think $6.50 will mean that we wills moons, but maybe. But thank you, D. Justin Babish, why is RT public in the first place? Because CEOs and companies think that going public in the American markets is a way of raising capital. If you are a public company on the over-the-counter markets run by Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell, you're just going to be stripped of your entire market cap. If you're a public company on NASDAQ with Adina Friedman's leadership, so-called, you're just going to be stripped of your market cap. I don't know if the New York Stock Exchange is any better. It looks like it is for Dolly Varden. Dolly Varden was destroyed in the over-the-counter markets. But I don't know because they just did a reverse split and went on New York, but at the same time, silver has doubled, and it looks like silver is going to break out now without any of us really in it. I think they went public to raise capital. And I think they may have raised some in Canada. The other reason companies are public is so they can attract talent. They can offer salary, but they can also offer warrant options, employee options, and stock. The other reason companies go public is so you have something with which to buy other companies. But that doesn't happen anymore because the criminals are here only to benefit themselves. And it's a shame. CEOs still think the markets work the way they used to. They don't anymore. But in the case of Railtown, Justin, I think we should be glad they're public because you wouldn't have a chance. I forgot how many shares you have. I don't know if I recently wrote down your shares. You have 38,000. You wouldn't have bought any of that. You wouldn't have been offered an opportunity. You know, the private equity girls come in and they do these various series rounds, they used to be called. You wouldn't even be offered them. So you're lucky it's public. But of course, we moan and groan because, and I'm not picking on you, we're all the same. It's in the red. Our account shows us every day that it's down. And we think that's how we should judge our performance. I think you should judge your performance on how many shares you accumulate of Railtown. And if it takes longer, it takes longer. But when eventually it works its way through, I can't call it that anymore. On February 11th, the company issued an MOU to acquire AIP and to engage Canaccord Securities. They announced that. Part of that announcement is negotiations. And part of that's raising money. Part of that's looking at other transactions. Part of that is all manner of votes and all manner of lining up future newsworthy events and consulting and accounting and banking and legal work. During that process, a lot of people have to sign NDAs, non-disclosure, and a lot of people's organizations or partners or teams have signed the NDA. What that means is they can't disclose any information that they learned, and it means they cannot trade on the material non-public information unless they want to go to jail or lose their entire account in penalties. So those buyers are gone. Any large investors who can be qualified as insiders because of their ownership and because of their communication with the company, they cannot buy. Anybody at AIP, but then in all of the 180 companies, any board members or investors or advisors or shareholders, they have not been able to buy. Anyone with Canaccord has not been able to buy, and then Canaccord has not been able to solicit orders from institutions or from retail. So that whole process has been going on since February 11th. There's no shortcut name I can use for that, so I have to explain it to you in full each time. But because as a public company, none of these people can buy because they have or can be presumed to have access to material non-public information, the stock isn't going up. There's no buyers of size. And then the criminals who have short-term goals, day trading, maybe swing trading, at a minimum it's short-term goals, they just create stock out of thin air with their computers and their algorithms, and the price is suppressed. And you complain about it. Why should there be public anyway? Thank God they are, Justin. it's allowed you to buy 38,000 shares. You never would have had the opportunity. If it weren't public, the private equity girls would come in, stake their claim, and by the time you'd be seeing it, it'd be $150 coming to you in managed money through your retirement account. So thank God it's public. Thank God for all this punishment. Thank God for all this waiting. Thank God that the criminals still think that their strategy is going to work here. But I can't get that across to you, so we just complain about it. It's 3.43 and the price is 43 cents. Damnation Alley. So what is Williams' excuse and story today? Share price of Railtown is in the gutter. I hardly think so. It was when I first started talking about it with intention and focus. After I paid 35 cents. After that, it went down to 22 cents. The stock now is 43.26, so it's essentially double. So I'd hardly say it's in the gutter, but thank you for your description. Damnation Alley. Didn't Williams sat the price will be $6 to $20 in July? No, I didn't. I may have given those targets, and I'll give it again right now. I believe Railtown will go, let's use your first target. I believe Railtown will go to $6 once I can't use the description anymore because it's not the correct description. On February 11th, 2025, Damnation Alley, the company entered into an MOU to buy Railtown. Railtown entered into an MOU to buy AIP Partners. All of the large investors, all of the insiders, all new investors, all board members, all advisors cannot purchase shares of Railtown. That applies to AIP and all the 80 companies, and to Omers and Mavericks. All these people cannot buy. During this period that I don't know what to call it, from February 11th until the company is able to announce that that transaction has either been completed or not completed. At that time, all of the NDAs, all of the prohibition, all of the stop orders, all of the requirement that people who can be perceived to be insiders or have access to material non-public information, therefore they cannot buy shares in size or at all, that'll be gone. And I think you'll start seeing buying then. So once the news is released, I think once that buying comes in, Damnation Alley, and I'm not a hot money guy. I'm not trying to get people to buy this so they can trade it in July so they can go in to your next sucker's stock. Once the news is announced so that the news is widely disseminated, fully disclosed, so that insiders and large investors can buy stock, I think it's going to $6 or better. Very quickly. I don't know how quickly. It could happen in an hour. It could happen in a day. It could happen in a week. It could happen in a month. It could happen in a quarter. But it's going to go to $6 in my judgment. But the predicate is, Damnation Alley, that all that buying demand is released from their restriction that they can't buy right now. That's the premise. And will it be $20? Yeah. I think once it goes to $6, a lot of institutional buying can come in. I think you could see it at $12 practically overnight. And as the institutions come in to buy shares of Railtown, and wealthy buyers and retirement funds and ETFs and VC firms come in to establish large positions, 1%, 2%, 3%, 5% positions of Railtown, they're going to take that stock off the market, and it's not going to be subject to your fudding. And they're not going to sell. If it goes from $6 to $16, they're not selling. That's not their incentive. They'll get paid their bonuses on performance. They don't have to sell. They're not hot money like you are. So as they take stock off the market and put it in their vaults and in their portfolios, anybody that comes in to buy is going to be paying higher prices. So I think, Damnation Alley, once the transaction is completed and news is made and the prohibition of buying is gone, and that allows the big pent-up demand for the stock, I think it's going to stair step from 60 cents, $1.20, $2.25 back to $1.75, $3.10 back to $2.75, $3.90, $4, $4.50 back to $3.90, $5.25 back to $4.90, $6.50, and then suddenly $12. And yes, it could go to $20 in that scenario very quickly. It'll be driven by revenue and projected revenue, and by the fact that there'll be research, there'll be institutional demand, and there'll be so much buying that's well informed that is not affected by your criminal actions that you won't be able to fight it. You're shit out of luck. Damnation Alley. Look at this fool talking baloney for months on Railtown. After talking so much, in the end, it's all rubbish. Is it? Is it? You're calling times up right now at 10:04 on Friday, the 26th of September. You're just saying that's it? Story's up? I think that's a little premature. The stock's now 43.26. The volume 62,000. 100 shares. 100 shares. I guess what's good for the goose is good for the gander. 100 shares puts the pressure on you at Damnation Alley. D. Gordon, should I make purchase of Dunder Mifflin's Stokesy ticker and it looks like a company of greatness? I have no idea. If you want to buy Dunder Mifflin, I would suggest you call your stockbroker or a financial advisor to get advice. I don't feel like I have the skills to tell you anything about Dunder Mifflin, D. Damnation Alley, having the bully pulpit makes him grow into a monster, always putting people down or calling them shorts whenever they call his bluff. Well, the facts are here. He sold so much on the price bring 6 or 10. Well, I think Railtown's price bring 6 or 10 is ahead of it again. Damnation Alley. I know you're a little thick in the brain. the reason the stock price is suppressed is because people of your ilk are selling stock that doesn't exist, trying to take advantage of the corrupt market. And the last number I saw was 56 million by memory of sales sold with the reg show exemption that were not located and were not borrowed and were not owned. So that's a ton of stock. Now, there might have been some hedging involved, but it implies a very large number of shares that were sold to try to create downside pressure to make money out of nothing using the same old criminal strategies. So that's one reason the stock price is down. So that bastardizes the supply side of supply and demand. So it affects price discovery very much so to the negative. Currently, in Railtown, since February 11th, 2025, Railtown announced an MOU to buy AIP partners, which meant that all insiders, all big money, all consultants, all board members, all new investors, investors that have been associated with OMERS and all these companies, anybody basically in the know or could be in the know, have been precluded from buying shares. So there's no price discovery in Railtown's stock trading. Once Railtown is able, as they said in their press release, they're able to get this to an LOI and be able to announce that that transaction is finished. This limbo, I can't use the terminology I used to use because it's not correct. I don't know what to call it. But this period of time where major buyers with a lot of money and a lot of staying power and a lot of knowledge haven't been able to buy, they're going to buy. Maybe not all at once, because each one of them might have different rules. Can't buy under $1, can't buy under $2, can't buy under $4, can't buy under $5, can't buy under $7, can't buy under $10. But they'll be buying, in my judgment. And the stock will be $6 just to start with. What do I mean by start with? It might be an hour, it might be a day, it might be a week, it might be a month, it might be a quarter. But it'll be fairly quickly. And from that price, let's use your number of 6 or 10. I think that happens as soon as all these buyers come in. I think from that price, the stock goes to $60 or $100. Damnation alley. That could take 18 months. That could take 24 months. But you're hot money. So you don't have a brain. You're like anyway, we all know what you're like. You're shrinking the time frame for performance into now instead of, hey, we're in a stock that's subject to the abuse by Damnation Alley and his friends, and also the buyers can't do anything about it. But the momentum is building. If we can just wait, nobody knows how long we have to wait. The reward will be there, in my judgment. But Damnation Alley. Why is it still at 40 cents and making its way down to the 30s? I've already answered that. Damnation Alley. Most of the time talking from his ass and just guessing. Those impressive Railtown partners, don't be deceived. Every penny stock website's mentions all these reputable blue chip companies as partners. That's true. I think there's a lot of penny stocks that throw AI, throw gold, throw Bitcoin, throw big billionaires into their press releases to try to get people to buy so that guys like you can short it. That is not happening here at Railtown, in my judgment. But, you know, comparing uh, a beautiful woman to a prostitute that you see on the street may be true, but it's probably not. So your comparison, in my judgment, is a non sequitur. Just because a lot of companies are shady and put out buzzwords doesn't mean Railtown's doing it. So Damnation Alley, I think you're going to have to do better than that. Oh, it looks like you have an education, Damnation Alley. None of the news is released by Railtown. That's not true. All of the news is released by Railtown. They've put out, on February 11th, they put out the MOU. Since then, they've put out somewhere around 9 to 12 press releases, all news, all issued by Railtown. So that's not true. He's guessing all these imaginary news by reading other company, that's just not true. Have seen it all in Investors Hub website. I don't use Investors Hub. I don't even know how to sign in. I may have seen it decades ago. I don't know. Get ready to be hoodwinked. There's only one person doing the hoodwinking in this conversation. Damnation Alley, what did I say? He mentioned AMD, NVIDIA, Microsoft again. Who the motherfuck have heard of Railtown? I'll show it in a minute, but I want to watch the stock close. GDC's had a tremendous rally back. It looks like it's going to close at 474, up from 388. That's pretty good movement. So maybe the fish hook got caught in the shorts mouth. So that, I don't know. Railtown closed at 42.83, 66,000 shares, actually up 0.0001. So I guess a little green. The last trade was 3,880 to buy at 42.83. But it's at 323, so I guess they just posted it at the end of the day. That's pretty good. So now I can show you okay, here's Damnation Alley. Here's the website for Railtown. Here's their conductor product. AI-powered command center for engineering velocity. Single pane of glass view for deployment insights. Root cause insights. in every error bucket. That's from the website. Then they have rail tracks. And I've got to go to into the website. I guess they have two websites. So that's railtown.ai. And if you go to Railtown AItechnologies.com, here's their website, building world-class AI powered developers tools. You have Conductor, Railtracks, Langtracks, and Shredder. So then, damnation alley, you roll it up a little bit. You can see the Shredders right there. So I just rolled it up a little bit. And these are their partners. Mila, Amy, Microsoft partners, Microsoft Co-Sell Ready, Microsoft Founders Hub, the University of British Columbia, NVIDIA, AMD, and then the AI Partnership Corporation. So it's right there on their website. And I would suggest to you, who the motherfucker ever heard of Railtown? I would say Mila, the Montreal Institute of Learning AI or something like that. You can look it up. AMII, same thing, similar name. Amy and Mila have heard of them. Microsoft has heard of them. Microsoft Co-Sell Ready has heard of them. Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub has heard of them. NVIDIA Inception Program has heard of them. The University of British Columbia has heard of them. The AMD Partner Network has heard of them. And of course, AI Partnerships Corporation has heard of them. Damnation Alley. What a joke. This guy goes on and on. Does he have any shame or humility? Does he eat human food or something else? That's very useful comment. Justin, okay, I figured out the formula. RT Partnerships Corp rolls up developers that use Conductor to build and operate many more new AI products that they sell to tech giants and end users combined. Okay, that could be it. I guess you want to know the exact strategy and implementation. I think the idea of joining AIP networks initially was that let's just focus on Conductor, not their other products. That Conductor could be cross-sold via the network's 5,000 clients, corporate clients, and 180 network partners. I think that was the simple goal at first of joining in November. I think since then, AIP recognized, I've explained this, Justin. AIP is just a puny little company trying to roll up these bigger companies. Now, it's a good salesman's job, and they could get it done. Logic was not able to get it done. Logic buried itself. And that's what would happen, I think, if AIP did it all on their own. If they went to the first roll-up company, I don't know if they could go much farther. So on the one hand, AIP says, you know what, we'd like to join you because you've got heft, you've got revenues, so that when combined we go negotiate to roll up companies, we can get a better deal for everyone. Number one. Number two, for Conductor, you can cross-sell in this whole ecosystem. And you can grow more rapidly. And I think what they might be finding out, Justin, I have no evidence of this, but what they might be finding out is that Conductor is selling itself. We'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait. And meanwhile, the stock's under pressure. I think the shorts are in trouble, but they seem to be pretty confident. But they'll be bailed out. You know, they're not going to jail. Oh, God, this guy never goes away. Damnation Alley, he already caused many in the thousands to have lost money with his previous stock picks. That's not true. I think the stock suggestion pick, if you want to call it, of Logic, I think people lost a shitload in that. And I think it's a different kind of CEO, a naive CEO, who worked very hard and was very honest, but at the end of the day, signed deals with you guys. But a lot of the stocks you hang on me are not my stocks, pal. In fact, I would argue that a lot of the stocks that you benefit from, that you make your living off of, you're in cahoots with the guys bringing them here. I'm not talking about every guy. I'm not talking about every guy. He's playing a dangerous game by having his channel. Well, I'm not trying to play a game. And I'm sick of it, frankly. I'm sick of it. But I am trying to see out this mission. And I do think I will change what I'm doing once this materializes. But I'm not, damnation, what's the game? What am I gaining from this? Damnation Alley, some told him to stop his channel, but he's not listening. Actually, no one's told me to stop it. No one's told me. It's not going to end well. Is that a threat, Damnation Alley? I'd appreciate it if you're threatening me, that you let me know your name. I'd at least like to know your name and who you're working with and who's paying you and how I can contact you. D. Gordon, good Lord. I believes that we will wins, so let's make some goods monies. Damnation Allen, Diana Friedman, Easton Aubrey. He uses these names to make it look complex and complicated and get you into thinking he knows what he's talking about. Well, you obviously don't know who I'm referring to. I don't think it's particularly complicated, Damnation Alley. You and your friends and your ilk have a strategy that's illegal to strip investors and CEOs and shareholders of their wealth and hard-earned money. Danielle Whiston, Average Town, hurry up and buy more. Well, I don't know if you're making fun of me, but that's in essence what I'm saying. If it suits your own objectives, and I would also say, particularly if it's coming from manipulated stocks or junk money or high-risk money. Damnation Alley, he's been doing it for 3 years, doesn't admit every stock he touted was wrong. Well, that's not true. I've gone through every stock that we've been involved in. I don't think it's accurate to say I touted them all. That's a word you want to use. I don't accept it. But we've discussed it all, and I think I've been pretty frank about what's happened. The silent majority have left, so that's why he's surviving in his channel. I don't know. I think a lot of people did leave. I think I get so frustrated at times. I haven't done any effort to campaign to make money with this channel, as you put it. I just so you know, last month I got something like $100. It might have been as high as $111 for the entire month. So I did try some monetization, and I think that means it turns on ads. If I'm just getting 100 a month, I think I won't do that anymore. I'm not making any money on my channel, Damnation Alley. I would like this part of my life to end, though. I'm tired of it. So we'll see. Damnation Alley, Friedman, Lynn Partners, Audrey, East, and what the heck? Just throw in Irene Cara into it. Are you talking the Flash dancer, the pretty girl in that movie? So you're older. You're an old person and you're talking about you're doing this with your life? This all you got? Man. Mr. Know-It-All. I don't think I know it all. Hey, Steve, I know. Silver is ripping, I know. And it's going without me. It's going without my investors. And if you want, people can get... I made a commitment, Steve, since June. I didn't think it would take this long, not to talk about anything else. But I have hammered, and I've been an enthusiastic recommender of silver. But I wanted people to know that Railtown's where to be. Now, Steve, if you want people to go to silver, they can go. It's ripping. So why not get in it where the excitement is and go while it's ripping? But I think some people listened to me when no one was really buying it, to get in early when the probabilities of success were better. But when you buy it while it's ripping, it might work, or they suppress the price. It's volatile. I don't know. But it looks like silver's going to break through $52. It looks like it's headed to 125 now, and it's going to go without me and without some people I speak with. But if you think it through, Steve, $45, $50 to $100 is a double. Railtown from 45 cents to, I don't know what number to pick. $6, $7. It's 10, 12, 15x. But if investing is about like watching sports and cheering for the thing that's ripping and moving our money there, we're always going to be the suckers. Now, I personally believe silver should be bought regardless of price, because I think there's going to come a time when silver is unobtainable and wealth will be described in gold, silver, maybe platinum. We're not there yet. Railtown only 60,000, 66. I know. I think that's good. I think that's a positive, I think that's a positive. John, how do you win in penny stock if everything is shorted without accountability? That's right. I want to get away from these penny stocks, as you call them. It's anything under $5. Any stock that comes into the U.S. markets needing capital under $5 is going to be destroyed by criminals. And with the silent authorization of the exchanges, of the regulators, and of Congress, I don't think you can win, John. I think Railtown you can, but you have to be willing to see what's going on. But I can tell you're not listening to the fundamental story of Railtown. You're just looking at the price. So I wouldn't advise you getting involved with it. Just stick with hot rumors and try to, I don't know what to tell you. Railtown's being destroyed by the same strategies that the criminals use on every stock. The difference is Railtown has doubled since June. It's doubled. And in the background, things are happening that the company has announced. The information is there. But the buyers are precluded from buying since February 11th, when the company announced a memorandum of understanding to acquire AIP Partners. That has meant that a series of people related to Railtown, AIP, Canaccord, advisors, investors, OMERS, Mavericks, all the 190 companies have signed NDAs, or their partners have signed NDAs, or the people they work for. They are precluded from buying the stock. So there's a complete desert of buying demand. And in the face of that, they're shorting a stock that doesn't exist. So the stock in Railtown trades today at 43 cents. In news releases, in websites, and in presentations, the company tells you what they're doing. So you can put two and two together once the news is finalized and released, so that those buyers can come in and buy. The stock price should go up, and then the sellers, maybe they'll keep trying to sell it, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep it down. And their line of credit, it costs money for them to do it. I think their line of credit will be shut off. But if you don't see that, John, and you just think it's all just over the counter, please just find another stock. Just find another stock. Middle ground, you don't win. SEC doesn't care. I agree with all that. When Railtown works, in my judgment, it's going to. I don't intend to ever play any of these stocks that all you guys are interested in again. But we're not there yet. So until we're there, I've got to talk about GDC. GDC had a good day, I think. It went down to 388 and it closed at 471. Hey, maybe you'll make money there, middle ground. Thank you, Justin, very much for $4.99. I appreciate it. John, if you don't win, then why go into penny stocks? I agree. Don't go into penny stocks. John, Railtown is a Canadian stock. Railtown is not a penny stock in Canada. Well, I guess it is under $1. It's under $1. You know what, John? Don't. John, there's a stock out there that you could probably make a lot of money on. NVIDIA, Microsoft. You could probably buy one share. You could buy one share of Microsoft, John, or you could buy 1,000 shares of Railtown. I bet one share of Microsoft a year from now might be worth $500, might be worth $1,000. But your 1,000 shares of Railtown a year from now could be worth 25,000. That's why you do it, John. That's why you do it. But you're not listening to the story. You're just saying, well, Railtown trades for 43 cents, therefore it's a penny stock, therefore it's just like GTII. That's how your brain works. I suggest that you buy, I don't know, a mutual fund. The American funds, they have very good funds, and you can turn $1,000 into $10,000 over the next 15 years. Jim bought 20 ounces of silver last January. Good for you. Pizza rules. Hi, William. Thanks for your time. Have a great, relaxing weekend. Damnation Alley. Wow, Railtown ended in the green. 0.000. Well, you added a 0. 1. William is right after all. 2, the moon. I'm not day trading Railtown. I'm not suggesting it's a hot money trade. If you want to day trade, if you want to be hot money, if you want to make fun on every day's close, Railtown's not the stock for you, Damnation Alley. But to each their own. And the volume is 660 million. No, it's not. Damnation Alley. Anyone got an update when Railtown is moving from OTC to pink sheets? That distinction doesn't exist anymore. So I think you're an older guy. You've been around a long time, and this is what's left of your career. I guess you're making enough money to justify it. Good for you. Good for you. All right, guys, I came to the end. I didn't show Phil. Thank you, Phil. I just want to show you, if I can find it, sort of a couple of things to end on that may be positives for you. They're going to say I don't have enough room. Maybe I can get away with it. So I looked on the AIP website, and it says just a few of the clients served by our affiliate network. And you can see the big names. This is on AIP's website. Everything from Allstate, Verizon, to McDonald's, Comcast, AT&T, Nationwide. You can see the names. You can find it on their website. Bank of, you see all of them. And then I took just this section of the website. It says meet the AIP affiliate network. And I took just this small section under banking, fund management, accounting, insurance, and real estate. Premise, Daisy, Soho, Vector. I took that and I Googled, and you could do this yourself. You can go to their website and you can do this yourself. You don't have to take my efforts at it. I Googled their revenues, and it's a very inexact, and probably incorrect process. On the other hand, it's all that I have. To show you trying to add it up right now. Those companies you're looking at, I Googled each one to look for their revenue. It's a big number. So I took those companies, and it's from AIP's website. It's their affiliate network, and it's just from one section. It was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 of their 180 companies. I looked up the revenue, and I wrote them all down here. You know what the total is? 160 million in revenue. Now, I don't know if my research is accurate. I don't know if that number is bigger or smaller. I don't know. But what I did is I took each name, Googled it, and took the revenue that the AI intelligence model gave. 160 million. Now, if these are the roll-ups or the bigger ones, I don't know if the company keeps 100% of that revenue, or in essence, netting it out, maybe we get 50% of that revenue. We won't know. But those are big numbers. And I just wanted to show you that, because people say, they don't understand why I use those revenue numbers. Anyway, you can do it yourself. You can go to their AIP partnership website, and you can get the names and Google them. Just on those 20 or so stocks, 19, It's 160 million in revenue. If they roll them up, I'm not sure they get all that. Maybe it's only 80 million. And maybe this is the financial side. Maybe that revenue doesn't get a huge multiple, by the way, because maybe financial revenue only grows at a more moderate rate. We don't know these things. But my attempt is to show you that that network has real revenue. And that's just 19 of the companies. Then I want to show you something else. Here is the team at the All In. Now, if the two companies were not going to merge, would these people be meeting? Let me skip to the next picture first. This one, you see that guy in the middle? That's Corey Brandolini of Railtown. This guy, I think, might be Marwan of Railtown. But I could be proven wrong on that. But it looks like this picture looks like a younger version. And then this guy is Dr. Elliot Holtham of Railtown. You can check all of that on the website. And then this guy is Dr. Tom Core at AIP Partners. So let me ask you this. Would Dr. Tom Core, the CEO of AIP Partners, be standing 2 days ago for a picture at All In conference in Montreal, attended by 6,000 people, if the deal were falling apart? I don't think so. I don't think so. Northeast Iowa. Hello, William. With all the hype and oh, damn it. Silver, I believe some point a reasonable pullback would happen. Damn. Yes, I think what you should be focused on right now is Railtown. But if you want to buy silver, I don't think it matters what the price is. So right now, everyone's excited about silver. If you own zero silver, I would buy all you want to right now. It doesn't matter what the price is. It's damnable that you didn't buy it. I haven't been able to buy it either at 20, 25, 30. Now that it's 45, 50, hey, we got to buy it. We got to buy it. Do you see the screw up in human psychology? It's much riskier to keep it from breaking 52, because the banks will be in trouble. If it breaks 52, it's going to 100. And you think you've seen headlines? When silver breaks 52, The View will be talking about it. Your shoe shine boy will be talking about it. So, but if you don't own silver, yeah, if you want to buy silver, anytime you want to buy it, you should be buying it. Doesn't matter the price. Doesn't matter if you pay $50, $60, $100, $200 for silver. Your goal should be, how many ounces do I want to own? I'm going to buy it. Now, the fact that you could have bought 1 million ounces of silver, as not 1 million, you could have bought a ton of silver, 1 ton of silver for $1 million as recently as 3 weeks ago. Let me see if I'm right. Yeah, $1 million would have purchased a ton of silver a month ago. Anything under $33 an ounce. You could have done that all day long. Now to buy a ton is going to cost you $2 million. It's just the facts. What's the risk now, Northeast Iowa, if you get in it at $50? They pull it back on you sharply, very sharply. You could pay $50 and in 2 days it could be $38 and you'd be pissed off. I think it's the wrong way to look at it. If you have cash that you can trade for silver and it costs you $50, buy it. If it goes down to 38, oh well. If you have cash when it's 38, buy it. But I think silver is something you should be purchasing both as a wealth creation vehicle, but also as a wealth preservation vehicle. And right now, I think Railtown will give you more dollars sooner and maybe longer. It's not moving though. Silver's moving. Let's move over there. Yeah, let's get in. Ba da 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 da. Rah 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 rah. Shish boom ba. Let's get in something that's moving. Railtown's not moving. All right. But I'm not going to tell you not to buy. I think you should buy silver whenever the urge strikes you. If you don't get it here at $50 an ounce, which you could have bought all day long for a year and a half, 2 years, at half this price, but now you're interested, I would buy it. Because if silver breaks $52 or $53, my opinion, it's going to 125. And there's a lot of conservative people out there that don't even think it's going to. David Hunter, for example, thinks it's going to 75. If it breaks 52, everybody on TV, if people still watch TV, will be telling you it's going to 200, 300, 500. My opinion of silver, it's going to 1,000. It's going to 5,000. It's going to 10,000 an ounce. It's a shame for me that I wasn't able to buy any at 25. I wasn't. But should that mean I don't buy it at 50? I don't have the money to buy it at 50 either. But silver is going to go, I'll give you some numbers. Northeast Iowa. Gold is $3,700. If silver goes to its historic price of 15 and a half, but let's use 16. 16 ounces of silver for 1 ounce of gold. Silver's headed to $231 an ounce. At that time, it might be that you just buy gold. But that's what's happening. Silver's in the middle of a mania. People came back from vacation and they're moving money from bonds. And all of a sudden, all the brainiacs are moving to silver and gold. I've been a silver buyer for 25 years, maybe 23. Unfortunately, I'm not in it right now. That's how life goes. But yes, I would buy silver. If you want it, Northeast Iowa, if you want to get out of Railtown, go buy silver, go buy it. I think the problem is, though, that Railtown is, nobody wants Railtown right now. It's dead. It's quiet. It is just sitting there, just like silver did when it was $22 and $25 an ounce. Nobody talking about it. I know William's talking about it, but no, I'd rather go buy G-Bucks because it's moving. Well, that's the thing. I can't see how it happens, Northeast Iowa, because the silver markets are playing so close to the bone. There is not enough physical silver in the Western exchanges, warehouses, to meet a significant stand for delivery. If Elon Musk decided to buy futures on silver for October,
I found some web results. I can show them if you ask again from your iPhone.
I don't know, for 50 million ounces, in order that he can meet his corporate demand for batteries, building out rocket ships, building out boring tips, and building out electric taxis and electric vehicles. If he went in there and bought futures, because he can do that in size without affecting the price of silver, and let's say did it for 50 or 100 million ounces, and then he, instead of rolling that, stood for delivery, they might be able to give him 50 million ounces of silver. They might have to delay it. They might have to make a bunch of excuses. They might be able to give him 100 million ounces of silver. But if Elon Musk did that, and Tim Cook at Apple did that, and Raytheon did that, and Boeing did that, if you had 5 or 6 defense contractors, large computer/communications companies, a medical company, all go in to buy, let's say, collectively 300 million ounces of silver in the futures market, and they didn't roll those contracts, they stood for delivery, I'm not sure the system could stand it. I'm not sure they'd deliver it. And Northeast Iowa, if the COMEX or the London Metal Exchange, COMEX is probably where it would happen, if they invoked a force majeure contract and said, we're going to settle these stand for deliveries in cash, you'll see silver go to $300 overnight. And that's what you risk if you don't own it. I don't own it. But it's where the action is. So if you want to get out of Railtown, be my guest. I'm tired of defending Railtown. I'm just tired of it. I can't fight it anymore. Railtown, when they finally are able to announce that this MOU is finalized, and assuming all other things equal, if you assume conductor can project forward annual recurring revenue of $100 million in Q1 of 2026, and if you assume AIP can roll up so that they can project forward at 6 months from now. 6 months from now. 100 million coming from conductor, 100 million coming net from the AIP roll-ups in Q1 2026, projecting forward. If they can do that, they'll be projecting forward in Q1 $200 million in revenue. It'll still be growing, and maybe by Q2 it's double. I don't know. But going forward, 200 million. If you, instead of using 200x, 150x, I'm going to go ahead and use a high multiple, 75x. That gives you a company with 15 billion in enterprise value. 15 billion. They currently, according to Yahoo, have 143 million shares fully diluted. If you look at their last filing, one of the numbers seems to say 175 million if you account for employee options and etc. So let's use 15 billion. Let's divide it by 225 million shares. That's $66 a share. Q1, 6 months from now. Where could silver be in Q1? $200 an ounce, maybe. Well, and I think it will be. For my life to move forward, I think silver has to go to 200 or 300. and that's just the way it has to be. So Railtown right now, 43 cents. It would be a multiple of 155 times to go to $66. So if you were to buy 1,000 ounces of silver right now at $50, 1,000 ounces of silver would, at $50, would cost you $50,000. And I'd love that if you would purchase that silver at 22, but let's say you buy it now. It's $50,000. By the end of the year, it could be $200, $300. Let's say in Q1, silver is trading at $300 an ounce. So your 1,000 ounces of silver in Q1 is worth $300,000. Q1, $300,000. If you put 50 grand into silver now. So you'd have, if you followed that strategy, you'd have 1,000 ounces of silver, and it happened to be worth 300,000. But if you take that same 50 grand and you buy Railtown or own Railtown at 43 cents, you have 116,000 shares of Railtown. Let's say it goes to $66 a share by the first quarter, end of the first quarter next year. I'm rounding it slightly to make it easy. So in Q1 of next year, if Railtown goes to $66, you have $7.5 million worth of Railtown. Now let's say silver at that time is trading for $350 an ounce. If you wanted to, you could convert your Railtown into 22,000 ounces of silver at $350 an ounce at that time. I'm going to get you, Northeast Iowa, at some point in this process to stop thinking of your wealth in terms of dollars. For a period of time here, and it could last for years, your dollars are just a facility to move things around to increase the number of ounces of silver you own for the crisis that will come. Just let me restate that. If you put $50,000 to work today, you can buy 1,000 ounces of silver. If you put $2 million to work today, you can buy a ton of silver. A month ago, $1 million would have purchased a ton of silver. That's just life. A month ago, 25, well, I don't know about 25. $30,000 anyway would have purchased 1,000 ounces. Now it's $50,000. Race, race, race. Get in it because you want to be in the crowd. I would argue the time to have purchased silver was while nobody wanted it. It wasn't getting headlines. And you knew the story. If you listened to me, you did. And you waited for it. Having said that, if silver busts through $52, $53, it might go higher than 300. It's going to be incredible. But it's a commodity. And like any commodity, price solves the equation. In other words, as the price goes higher, supply is going to show up. Maybe not from China if they're stubborn. Maybe India, maybe not. But in every attic, in every coin shop, in every jar full of change, silver's going to come to the market. And so at some point, silver will come back down. I don't think there's a lot of supply to increase supply of silver in production worldwide. I think there's a lag. But there could be some. There could be some. Gold mines, lead mines, industrial metal mines, which also have silver, might be able to increase production. But what you'll see as the commodity price goes up, demand will get hitched a bit, although there is no substitute for silver. There is nothing in the world that allows our industrial society to exist as we do, except for feminism. No, except for oil. There's nothing like silver. We would not have our society without silver. Not gold, not platinum, not palladium, although those can play a part. There's nothing more important to our industrial society than silver. But as the price goes up, demand will come down because you can use gold in some cases. You can use other methodologies. You can, instead of using silver in hospitals, use antibiotics. There'll be substitutions. And also supply will increase, at least temporarily. So I don't know what your goal is. I don't know if you're just chasing silver because it's in the headlines, or if you have sat down and thought of a goal that you'd like to own in silver. I have 2 goals in mind of silver that I'd like to own. It's too late though for me. It's this whole market's going to move without me, but it doesn't mean I can't give you advice. The 2 that I would have liked to set up, I would have liked to replace the silver I used to own before I had to defend a couple of things. I'd like that. I'd also I would have liked, and I in my mind, I don't know if I should add the 2 together or be happy with one or the other. The amount of money that I feel anyway, I don't want to go into much detail. There's a large amount of money that moved off of my side of the table to others about a few years ago. And in that process, I lost my house. That amount of money I would have liked to have put in silver if I ever could have accumulated that. Why? Because it set that aside, go about my living. And eventually, if I'm not too old, I could use those silver ounces, maybe not only buy back my house, but buy 10 houses. So Northeast Iowa, you have to start changing how you think. Your wealth is not dollars right now. Your wealth is, you have cornfields, I think, or you have some other thing, plant-based product that you do. You should focus on that. You know how to do that. But let's say it's cornfields in Iowa. I wasn't in Iowa, I was in Indiana about 6 years ago. And I had two separate sets of clients. We were drilling for, I wasn't the operator. Somebody else was the operator. But we were drilling for reefs in this drilling program. It's a very exciting program, but somehow, number one, it didn't work. And number two, the operator, once they got their expenses paid, they seemed to move on to other things. So I feel a little miffed about it. It was supposed to be a 30 to 35 well program. They drilled 6 and quit. And they built onto each of the 6 wells a repayment of their G&A expenses. So they got their money back. And, you know, my investors saved the money they would have had to put up, but they lost all the money they put up. And it's frustrating. Anyway, getting away from that, I was in Indiana and we were drilling this. Well, we drilled 2. The first well actually found oil, but it was structurally, it wasn't in the best spot. So we're drilling a second well, but it just fast forward didn't work. But I was in these cornfields, and I went to another well too. And the farmer would come up, in the one case with his wife, all excited. But the fields of corn were so valuable. You're going to correct me, but in my mind, in my memory, it was something like $10,000 an acre for a farm to grow corn. Now, that memory could be wrong, but let me just stick with that. So that means today, to buy 1 acre of cornfield would cost you 200 ounces of silver. If you had done that 6 weeks ago, it would probably cost you over 300 ounces of silver. But today, 200 ounces of silver will buy you 1 acre of corn, producing acre, at $10,000. Okay, that's one data point. Well, in the future, with inflation and with, maybe America turning inward, do you think those corn acres will go up or down? My guess is they go up. Let's say it goes to $25,000 an acre with inflation and with investment and with let's say it goes to 25,000 an acre. Well, if silver stays at $50 an ounce, it would cost you a monster box. It cost you 500 ounces of silver to buy 1 acre, if 25,000 is the number, in the future. Let's say in 5 years. I don't know. Let's say in 3 years. Let's just say by the end of the decade. Let's say by 2030. Or what if 1 corn acre goes to 25,000, but let's say that silver goes to $1,000 an ounce. So your acreage has gone up, but silver has gone to $1,000 an ounce. You could buy 1 acre of corn for 25 ounces of silver. My house right now is probably worth $4.5 million. Right now, it would cost, for me to buy it back, it cost me 90,000 ounces of silver. But let's say houses don't go up much, but they go up. And let's say my house goes to 5,500,000 over the next 3 years. Somebody else is getting the benefit, of course. But let's say silver is $1,000 an ounce in 3 years. It cost me, instead of 90,000 ounces of silver to buy my house back, it would cost me 5,500. Look, I can go on and on, Northeast Iowa, with examples, but what I want you to start, you don't have to do it overnight. You can do it when you sit down the next time you sell some corn, next time you feed the deer, next time you're out with your dog. Every man should have a good woman, but every man needs a good dog. Anyway, you can start thinking that way. And so whatever your goal is, let's say you want to buy that farm next to you, and right now you can't afford it. Maybe the woman next to you has 1,000 acres for sale at 10 grand an acre. I don't know. 1,000 probably sounds like too much. Yeah, let's just say she has 100 acres for sale, and you'd love to buy it. She's your friend. You're helping her all the time, but you don't have $1 million. So what if you sat down and said to yourself, well, that acreage in 3 years is going to be worth $2.5 million maybe if I don't buy it now. But I think silver will be $1,000 an ounce. So I'll need 2,500 ounces of silver. I'll need 5 monster boxes in 3 years to be able to go buy that 100 acres. How much would 5 monster boxes cost you today? Cost you 125 grand. So if you can put up 125 grand, and I'm using variables I know nothing about, but I'm using it as an example, and you want to buy that farm next to you, you can't afford it now. She's charging $1 million now. You don't have $1 million. But you can buy 2,500 ounces of silver for 125 grand today. And if your projections are correct, my projections, that 100 acres for sale in 3 years, you could get her to sign a note to you that she doesn't sell it to anyone else. In 3 years, maybe she's selling it for $2.5 million, not $1 million today. And you say, why would I wait? It's $1 million today and I could buy it for 2.5. That's more than double. But if you bought silver today and silver does what I think it's going to do, you could come back and buy her farm from her. She thinks she's getting $2.5 million, which she is. But you only put up 125 grand to buy the silver that you're going to buy that 100 acres from her in 3 years. I want you to start thinking that way. It's very hard to think that way because we're trained to think in dollars. But silver is the way to meet your dreams later on. And so why haven't I been talking about silver for the last 6-7 months? Well, number one, I didn't think I was going to be waiting for Railtown 8 months to be able to announce what they promised in a few weeks. So part of it's just the hole you're in. But the other part of it is, I think Railtown's flat, and I don't see any, anything can happen, but I don't see that Railtown is going to lose 20 or 30% more or 50% in some volatile move. And I think any day that you're out of Railtown, it could be the next day that it doubles in price, and the next week that it doubles in price. Let me go through some of those numbers for you. I don't remember your position. Let me see if you gave it to me recently. I keep the total on the computer that I'm looking at, but all right. Well, you just told me about 100 shares there. I don't remember what. Oh, I know. Maybe it's on my. Maybe I can get it on the cloud. I probably have it wrong anyway, but I have you down for God, I can't find your entry. There it is. All right. I basically have you down Northeast Iowa for 50,000. It's less than that, but let's call it 50,000 shares of Railtown. So 50,000 shares of Railtown today is worth 21,500. So let's see what that, you could buy silver, you could buy 430 ounces of silver. I think that could be worth by fourth quarter, if my $120, $125 target is right, I think that could be worth basically $55,000. Double, a little more than double right now. So anyway, you have 50,000 roughly at 43 cents of Railtown. So it's $21,000. I think once they announce the news, I think the stock goes to $1.25, maybe a little higher. So if you'll allow me, I'll say that it'll go up 2.5 times fairly quickly. So your 21,000 will be worth $53,000 just by the news getting released, in my judgment. I mean, there's no guarantees of anything. So once the stock is $1.25 approximately, and that could take a day, it could take a week, it could take longer. But once it happens, I think more buying will come in. And my guess is the stock goes to 2.25, pulls back a little, maybe goes to 3, pulls back a little. So let's say it goes to 250 in the next 3 weeks. So your Railtown would be worth 100,000 at 250. What time frame am I talking about? I don't think the attorneys are going to finish with Railtown probably for, let's take the pressure off ourselves. Let's say after Columbus Day. Let's say October 15th. So let's say it gets to $2.50 by the 1st of November. You're already better off than you would be in silver. Well, so let's say by the first week of November, the stock is $2.50 a share, and I'm roughly getting $107. That's because I used 1.25 or something. Anyway, so that's the first week in November. So what happens at let's say 250 a share in Railtown? I think what happens then is you see a 1 or 2 or 3 research reports. I think you might see a strategic financing. Let's say Elon Musk comes in and buys stock and they publicize it. But I think by then you will see the earnings report, which might discuss revenues, might, but you'll also maybe see some of the companies rolled up from AI partners. And in management discussion, you might start seeing the discussion of revenues for Conductor. So in the first week of November, I think it could get a lot of noise going on. So let's say by November 10th, 12th, let's say by November 12th, the stock could go to $5. I think your shares could be 215. At $5, my belief is 5 or 6. My belief is institutions are going to come screaming in. And I'm just going to say from there, by the first week of December, it's a $10 stock. So I think your shares in Railtown could be $430. Now, if you're trying to buy at that time, you're thinking of this buying land from the farmer next door. Maybe you cash in and buy silver then, whatever the price of silver is. It's painful for me to watch silver breaking out. And I love silver. And I can't tell you not to buy silver. But I really think Railtown's the place to be to large size your account in dollars. But dollars aren't where wealth is going to be over the next 10, 15 years. For you, Northeast Iowa, your peace of mind, your wealth is going to be land. That's my opinion. I don't even know what you do. You grow Christmas trees? I can't remember. It's a lot to think about. You have to get a pad of paper and you have to play out different scenarios. But if you want to acquire something in the future, if you want to create wealth, if you want to preserve wealth and independence, there's no better thing to own than silver, physical silver. Now, the weird thing is this Dolly Varden silver, which I'll try to get a interview for you guys. When I bought Dolly Varden silver before the criminals got a hold of it, to my memory, I put 75 grand in, and it was an offering, 300,000 shares. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The percentage of the silver reserves, I remember calculating that I had 120 ounces of silver in paper reserves. That's probably where we have to go, is into the mining shares. If we miss the physical silver, so at that time, 75 grand bought me 120,000 ounces of silver, which at the time was trading at right around where it is trading now. It's around $44 an ounce, $45 an ounce, to my memory. I was paying 62 cents an ounce for silver in the ground. Of course, management, board of directors, and they made, as it turns out, they made a lot of stupid decisions about financing in one sense. They went to the criminals. On the other hand, the stock's still alive. But what's weird, I'm trying to remember now. I think to my memory, I could be wrong. Instead of having paper 120,000 ounces with my position, because they went to the criminals for financing and they shorted it, they distorted it. I think I now have 4,000 ounces. I think. So those 4,000 ounces cost me $18. It's still a good price, I guess, $18.75 an ounce, but it's nothing like what I originally thought. I guess what I'm describing to you, Northeast Iowa, is there's going to be an opportunity. It'll be tough. You won't get 100% right, but there'll be an opportunity, more than one, to move assets from one to another to another. But over the next 3 to 10 years, I believe the dollar is going to collapse. Of course, it's in all the headlines now. This is something I've talked about for 25, 30 years. People don't always listen to me. It might be separated into an American dollar and an international dollar. It might be that there's a new international currency. Maybe everything goes to blockchain, who knows? But there's no question to me that we're in going to enter a period where the financialization of everything gets reversed. I also think the feminization, the feminist movement is going to flip on it. All those women that are so strong and independent, when gasoline's $40 a gallon, they're going to go find strong men to share their independence with. Anyway, I think there's going to be a lot of changes in life. We can't predict them all. But we're going to have to learn not to measure our wealth in the US dollar. It'll be acres of land you own, trees you can sell, and maybe it'll be silver. I also think income from oil and gas, or income from mining, and it could be platinum or palladium. It can be gold too. Right now, the gold-silver ratio is down to 75-1. It was 120, over 120, just a few months ago. If silver gets to sort of 50-1, you might decide you'd rather have gold than silver because gold is less volatile. But personally, I think the volatility is worthwhile if you've got your other bills covered and you have other income, because I think historically silver traded 15.5-1, and that was a sort of arbitrary number that the British, the exchequer, the pound sterling, they created a ratio of exchange, 15.5 ounces of silver for 1 ounce of gold. That codified it, but pretty much in all of mankind's mining, and I think it goes back to the Roman mining out of Spain, they got about 15.5 ounces of silver out of the ground for 1 ounce of gold. That's kind of where the ratio comes, 16-1. Well, there's a lot of thinkers out there that think if silver went back to 16-1, that's about as far as it'll go, and then the cycle will be over. My opinion is that silver went to about 125, 130 ounces of silver for an ounce of gold. It went so out of whack to the depressed side. I think when it goes back, not straight motion, by the way, but when it ultimately goes back to the historic ratio, maybe, I think it will, of 16-1, 15.5-1. I think it's going to overshoot it. And I think 1 ounce of silver, for a period of time, it might only be a short period of time, I think 1 ounce of silver will be worth 1 ounce of gold. So if I'm right about that, and you can buy silver and just keep it for 5 years or 10 years, and let's say there's a financial crisis, let's say there's a panic, let's say there's volatility up and down for 12 different times silver crashes and then recovers, and then in the 13th time silver goes 1-for-1 for gold or comes close, maybe you swap out all your silver for gold. Anyway, sorry to give you so much. I know it's not presented very clearly, but we're all going to have to start thinking, in my opinion, of our wealth in terms of silver ounces and gold. Northeast Iowa. I'd like to get my feet wet in some silver stocks or maybe the real thing. Right now, I hope people aren't distracted and move money from Railtown. But if I can put that point aside, Northeast Iowa, if you don't own any physical silver, I would buy at least a few bags of junk silver. You can go, I don't know if in Iowa you can drive to a silver dealership. I would recommend the APMEX, APMEX, APMEX online. Just buy junk silver there. Have it delivered to your house. Don't tell anybody here online that you did it. That's what I would do first. There are plenty of silver stocks, and I can give you some names. Fortuna Silver, FSM, First Majestic, AG. I've got some other ones. I'll get a list. But the way this stock is acting, let me show it to you. This too could be subject to correction, but it won't last. This is a 1 year on Dolly Varden silver, and that chart looks amazing. It is breaking out, but it could pull back a little bit because nothing goes straight up, of course. But then look at a 5-year chart on it. It doesn't begin to show you everything that I want to show you, but I don't pay for the service. It looks even better on a 5-year chart. That is a long period of consolidation. And if I had to guess, Dolly Varden is going to go to $15. But now let me show you, if I can find one. A different chart. Oh, gosh. No, that's not going to work. I mean, I wish we had more time, but it looks to me like this one is happening now. See, this is a shitty chart to look at. But do you see how long Dolly Varden? Back here is where I bought my shares. 2000 and, I don't know, 11, 10. And you see how long it was killed by the shorts? They almost put it out of business here. But the guy running it's a really good CEO. And they diluted the shares, but now it's coming out. And now it's a New York Stock Exchange stock. Anyway, DVS, David Victory Sam, Dolly Varden Silver, Dolly Varden Silver. That's the one I think if you want to dip your toes, that's the one I would do right now. I like Silver Wheaton, Will Wheaton. But Silver Wheaton, I think, they changed their name to Wheaton Financial, I think. Anyway, I think it's $150 a share. I love that stock. But that was $4 back when. I just heard of another royalty stock that's trading at 97 cents out of Canada. But anyway, Northeast Iowa, please. I don't want people getting distracted from Railtown. As soon as I talk about it, people are going to sell some and move there and all that. The leap in investable assets ahead, I think, comes from Railtown. Once we have that, we can build a portfolio of some of these others. I never thought, I knew that gold and silver was going to get hot this year. I just didn't think Railtown was going to take 8 months to make its first 10 or 15x move. But you know, we gotta play the cards as they're dealt and deal with it. And frankly, it may be because Railtown's gotten so much better. Anyway, we'll talk about silver stocks. Maybe I should just give up on talking about Railtown and just hope that you guys stay in Railtown and we can talk about the other things in the news. Because everybody gets clicks if they talk about things in the news. Everybody's more excited. I just don't know that that's how you're going to build your wealth. But maybe the best thing is to chase. The silver banks and the silver manipulators are very powerful. And we just had an increase in employment, revised figures. And if the Fed came out and said, we're not going to lower interest rates until next year, and if tariffs started cutting into our deficit, that could really put a cap on the precious metals in the short run. But if you're trading precious metals, I think it's very difficult to trade. If you're accumulating them and you have a window and a goal, I think that's how to handle it. Hey, Will, down, how are you? Hey, I'm almost legend. I'd love to get your opinion on a concern of mine. Could the amount of companies involved in the merger cause further delay LOI completion announcement? I don't think so, because in their press release, I'll try to find the exact quote. I've read it so many times, but I think it's important to get the exact words rather than paraphrase. Okay, there it is. So this is what Dr. Tom Core said on February 11th. Quote, from its inception, AIP, and that's the number of companies you're talking about, AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations, which provide a diverse package of AI solutions, et cetera, et cetera. And then he praises Conductor. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, so in other words, once that's finished, we are excited to actualize our public market vision as we seek to commence with an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction, stated Dr. Tom Core. Let me emphasize, we are excited to begin an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction. So I don't think any of the roll-up acquisitions are going to hold up, at least on the face of it, because they're only going to start rolling up after they conclude the transaction. However, if it were me, and if, let's say, 36 of the companies did the majority of revenue, I'd be working really hard on getting those 3 companies to sign documents that gave the combined company an option or a right to make the acquisition. So I think that one of the reasons I'm almost legend, and it's just my own thinking, so it could be wrong, one of the reasons for the delay could be that they want to lock up or tie up or get a right of first refusal on acquiring the best 36 companies before they finish the merger. It could be that case. Why would they do that? Because the guys at AIP Partners want to make sure they get a big piece of the combined company, as big as possible. Why would Railtown do it? Because when they're giving up ownership in Railtown, they don't want to be left with empty hands. So I think your question is perceptive. But I would put it more in the category that it's already delayed things. And I don't see it as something that's going to delay it much further. They do not intend to buy any of these companies until the merger is completed, at least based on that quote. So to me, it's not all those complicated acquisition documents and 3 months and valuation calculations and negotiations. I don't think it's any of that yet. I think what it is ROFRs, right of first refusals, or options to buy, or good faith, lockups, so that once the merger happens, they can then immediately go into negotiations to acquire, let's say, the top 36 companies. I think you really are on the right track, but I don't think they'll hold up the merger for acquisitions. But I think there's no question that there's been probably, I have no idea, but if you think about it, there's got to have been a lot of negotiations and talking and schmoozing and getting to know each other about the best of the best joining up. So that's probably one of the reasons for the delay. So I think your question actually is more likely to explain these 8 months than further months. And then you say until the end of the year or beyond. I don't, I don't know the answer, of course, as I've proven to you. I can't think of a single bit of urgency about getting it done, finished in September, except September is the end of the third quarter. So to the extent that that matters, maybe they wrap it up in September so it's finished in the third quarter. But my gut tells me the 3-day weekend coming up, the second week of October, October 12th, why don't the attorneys just wait till then? They have a 3-day weekend to work on everything. So maybe it's mid-October. But then if they wait till October, what's the urgency about October? Why not wait till December? I see your point. I see your point. Maybe if you combed your hair differently. I had a friend say that to me when I was younger because he thought I was a pointy-headed liberal. Very interesting. I just gave myself a reason why they'll get it done next week. Because if they can finish it in September, they can book it for their third quarter financials. And to the extent that matters in their projections and in their mergers and in their financings in the future, that would be a pretty good reason. Try to get it done in September. Get it done in the third quarter. If they don't do that, I think it's pretty important to get the deal announced in the fourth quarter, early in the fourth quarter, because the action is hot and heavy, both on Wall Street and in the acquisitions by big AI companies of smaller AI companies. It's the investment banking world's time to shine. I think they would want to get it announced in October, but I'm thinking about the other side of your point. If they want to keep things quiet while they make other negotiations, it's not just AIP. They may have negotiations going on with Conductor that we don't know about. Maybe everything stays behind the curtain until later in the fourth quarter. I didn't think of that until now. I can see a reason why they'll get it done next week to be finished in the third quarter. But I think it's an arbitrary thing. I think what's going to be more important is that they take the time to acquire, to sign up, to create revenue, to partner up, whatever they're doing, to do it to the best effect for all shareholders. And if they need quiet to do that, if they need secrecy to do that, my guess is they'll err on the side of creating shareholder value, even if it means taking more time for secrecy. That'd be my guess. Darn it. I don't think it'll go into next year. I actually don't think it'll go into December. There's a lot of reasons for that, by the way. One is vacations, but the other is everybody involved. Bankers, VC funds, all funds, the committees at NVIDIA or whomever it is. They're going to want to get everything done in their 2025 year. They can't leave it till December because there's always papering things up. So I guess I'm going to pick the middle of October, October 15th, because that builds in the 3-day weekend to get a lot of work done. I'm going to pick October 15th as my target. But I don't think it'll go much. I don't think it'll go longer than that. It could, of course, but I don't think it will. Because they got to get things done so then they can avail themselves of bankers and attorneys and funds and money flows to get things done by the end of the fourth quarter. Gets things signed up. So I don't think it'll go longer than October 15th. But if I had to pick October 15th versus next week, I think I'll go with October 15th. But there is hope that they want to finish it by the third quarter, the end of the third quarter, which is September. So have I given you a wishy-washy enough answer? I'll pick 3 things. My first choice is by October 15th. My second choice is by Wednesday next week. My third choice is by the end of October. I don't think it's going to go to the end of the year or beyond. I don't think that's even. I just don't see it happening. Famous last words. Will Underground. When do you think Railtown gets going? It already is going. I think Railtown. If you're hot money, there's other things to trade, but I think Railtown has doubled. When I started focusing on it in the first week, end of the first week of June, I transferred my paltry positions into Railtown at 35 cents. The stock went down. It went down to 22 cents by my memory. Since then, some people paid 22 cents, by the way. Since then, it's doubled. So I think Railtown has gotten going, to use your words. Railtown is not hot money. If it gets going, I don't want you to get gone. But it's up to you. Live your life as you want. But Railtown has been suppressed by short selling, and it's been unbought by a buildup of demand by buyers who simply can't purchase the stock. So when it does what I think you're looking for is when the combination of the attorneys and the boardroom at Railtown and AIP, I guess, decide to release news that we've completed this deal, and all of those NDAs and all of those big buyers who are held back by material, non-public information can go buy. Problem is, even if they make the announcement that Railtown has agreed to buy and has completed the AIP agreement at such and such terms, there may be other things going on that we don't know about that could subject that whole pool of investors to inactivity while it's negotiated. But you are only looking at the price of the stock because you've been trained that everything you need to know about a stock's in the price. So you want it to get going so you can say to yourself, things are going well. Things are going well. There's only three things that could be going on with Railtown. One is some big scam, some big scheme, and I'm in it, and it's some way to defraud you. Two, the deal broke apart. Three, the reason for the delays is because things are getting better and bigger. I mean, there's also the possibility of incompetence on the part of the attorneys. I don't think that's the case. So you have to choose what you think it is. Do you think it's all some big scheme? Think that through. Think that through. I paid, well, you don't know it. I guess I could be lying. But I paid 35 cents for my shares. I don't have a lot. What's my goal? To screw you with. Other people, the company's not even talking. The company's out not talking about itself. The company's not hiring people to talk. So what do they get out of this so-called scheme? Lawyers might be helping the shorts. What did the lawyers get? A bunch of these cowardly, crooked, opportunistic day trader shorts got stuck because their computers sold stock that doesn't exist. But it's not one of the big hedge funds. It's not one of the big investment banks. So they're not a source of annual revenue to the law firm. So that doesn't make sense. Could the criminal shorts have some of the board of directors, family members in photographs of compromising positions or something? I don't know. It gets too painful to try to come up with a reason why there's some sort of corruption here. So I don't think it is corruption or some sort of scam, but maybe you do. Secondly, if the deal's breaking apart, why are these guys standing together at the biggest conference this quarter? Why is AIP here standing with Railtown here at the conference if the deal's falling apart? And they put this up on their LinkedIn. I don't think that's happening. So what will underdown do you for you, because you're a stock guy, you got to have hot stock moving. Look, if you want to do that, please go do it. It's been so good to everybody for the last 3 or 4 years. But I guess it doesn't matter how many times I say it, because no one gets it. Therefore, why do I say it? Since February 11th, the buyers can't buy. Nobody's selling. real shares. Not that there's any such thing in the market anymore anyway. And the only selling is coming from the criminals, 60 million shares. Now, that doesn't mean they're still there. The measurement of the initial sales adds up to almost $60 million. 60 million shares, last number I saw is 57 million. So you've got a lot of artificial selling, no real buying. Well, we're real buyers. Okay, we're real buyers. Our buying doesn't matter. It's a Canadian stock. Whenever we buy, they don't let us buy it at the ask. They just print more fake shares. They just increase the number of shares that are sold into existence. Ugh. Price discovery does not exist in Railtown stock. That's my premise. You may disagree. So when does it get going? I think behind the scenes, Railtown is a match of 2 or 3 or 4 guys that had the vision to create a product and have it ready for AI 2.0, for supercomputational power. And Wall Street just flooding this space with money, and Microsoft buying up everybody they can see. So behind the scenes, I think Railtown is going, but you just don't see it in the price. So you're sitting and waiting till it goes. You should be buying, not worrying. That's my opinion. Any idea if G-Bucks will come back? Weren't they doing a share? Oh, God. When we did a share count, and I was, when I say we, it was a lot of people, but I wasn't one of the key hardworking motivators of it. But I did work on getting signatures from people who I knew bought the stock. You know, I joined in to help. But when they did the share count for Finger Motion, they did a share count, I think, for GTII. And then with MMTOP, not only did they try to do a share count, they just tried to get people to move their shares that from crap into a real company, and nobody does anything. The most participation you ever get is about 1/3. So why are you waiting on the share count? Yes, I'm sure they did a share count, but I doubt they got enough participation. Maybe they did. Maybe with the 1/3, they got enough of an account. What are they going to do with it? They're going to make Wall Street buy back the shares? Guys, how many times do you have to be screwed or raped to realize you're being abused? I don't know. I don't think G-Bucks is coming back. And I don't know, when I did my little chart that I showed you of where I expected G-Bucks to be and where I expected Railtown to be, I don't know what it says, and I don't know if I can find it quickly. I might be able to. I might not be able to find it. Is that it? Now, unfortunately, this projection I just did with this projection, I did NRGV Mountain. Oh no, this isn't a projection. This is what actually happened. Okay, that's what it was. That wasn't a projection. So of course I'm not gonna be able to find it quickly. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh, here, is that it? No, that's not. That was something else. Well, I'll have to find it for next time, when I can look on a larger screen. But I made, I made very clear that I thought people should get out of G-Bucks and buy Railtown. Now, I don't know what G-Bucks was trading for when I said that, but it probably would have been around June. Let me see. Am I looking in June on these? March. No, let's see. It would have been around June. And I gave my reasons. Now, I made a blanket recommendation to get out of all these stocks too. And it looks like I was wrong on Energy Vault. Looks like I was wrong so far, because Railtown has essentially doubled from that low in June, but Railtown went much higher and it's pulled back. And people like you want to get it moving. When is it? How'd you put it? When do you think Railtown gets going? That's the kind of discussion, that's the kind of framing in our own brains that's going to get us in trouble. Because then we always want to be where the action is. That's the quickest way to end up in the thrall. All right, so I didn't get that projection. Here's one I put up, but I didn't do it for G-Bucks. I said by October 1, Energy Vault would be 91 cents. I got that totally wrong. What is that now, $3, $3.20? I said Mountain would be $8, and I don't think I'm right on that yet. That's next week. I said Nixie would be $1.50. Well, I don't know where that is. And I said Finger could be $1.25 by October. That's next week. So I'm going to be wrong on my negativity on all of those. But you know what's painful? I put down my objective October 1st for Railtown of $5. That didn't happen. Well, it hasn't happened yet. Anyway, I can't find a chart with G-Bucks on it. No, I don't think G-Bucks is coming back. The premise on G-Bucks was that they have this app that retailers are using. Well, I forget how many, 20 or 200. I just don't know. There's Apple apps, there's Visa apps, there's your mama apps. I'm not sure GiveBucks app is going to catch fire. They had somebody that was going to put $212 million in of some coin, and then that was going to be transferred to a property portfolio manager who would give 25 million a year in revenue, and then that was going to fund all operations, and then they were going to move the app to the Middle East, and they had somebody from Abu Dhabi helping bring the app into the various Middle Eastern markets, and the app was going to grow, and there was going to be a revenue split, and GBucks was going to be the next AI bounteous stock. I don't see any of that happen. It didn't happen. They were going to buy a gold company. That went away. I don't know. You judge it yourself, but I don't think it's. You might get a bounce, but I was telling people to get out of GBucks. I can't find the numbers, but I think it was around $2.50, $3, and buy Railtown. I still say do it, even though GBucks is under. I think GBucks. I gotta look at mine. I think as a company, the market cap of GBucks is greater than Railtown, which is insanity. The market cap of GDC is $88 million. The market cap of GBucks is $56 million. The market cap of Railtown, and this is the problem, Will. To you, they're all the same. They're all just stories. You're playing them all, and you give them equal thought in your brain. But the market value, market cap for Railtown is 63 million. So you've got 63 million for Railtown. You've got 57 million for GBucks. And you've got 88 million market cap for GDC. And you think they're all the same. And you say, is GBucks going back? No. GBucks is not worth what Railtown is worth. And so if you missed you were holding on to GBucks because you thought you were going to get a squeeze. Well, you waited, and you waited for the share count. Guess what? It didn't work. It didn't work with any of the other stocks either. But you did it. So that's your cost. My opinion, you should be selling GBucks to buy Railtown Monday. But make sure Railtown's trading at these prices on Monday. Monday could be the day that it opens up at $1.50. No, I do not think GBucks will come back. I think it was a manipulated stock trying to get it to squeeze, and I don't think it worked. Are those same whales still in it? Are they still going to try something in the future? Sure, that could happen. But you got tax loss season coming up. I would guess if something happens with GBucks, it'd be it next year sometime at the soonest. But you had a chance with GBucks. You've got to be like that client that used to be Ham's and now is somebody else's. She always listens to the story, but she gets some of the first phone calls. She acts. And as everybody else starts piling in, the stock goes up, she sells. She ignores Shangri-La in return for 10x every single time. You had that chance in GBucks. You had that chance in GDC. Anyway, a share count for the dividend's not going to do anything. Da Champagne. Wow. Da Chomp is here. I got to write that down. That's great, Champ. 43,300 shares. If I'm right, and it's a wild ass guess, but if by May 5th it goes to 55, and that's, it's a wild ass guess. Good Lord. Champ is going to have some squid. You're going to have some squid. Hey, so now what? So now what? Are you saying I should grow Mary Jane? I don't know. Do you know about marijuana? Grow it if you want to. I'm not a fan. But if you want to be part of the masses who are comfortably numb, that's your choice. Ward Richardson, Railtown needs to get a move on. They missed first gear 2.0 is shifting into second gear. I understand 7 trillion. Isn't that amazing? $7 trillion sliding into the AI market September 30th. Ward is bringing with very precise clarity to you what I've talked about for months. And I probably have said it so often it doesn't even register anymore. But the amount of money being allocated to these stocks is mind-blowing. It comes from Wall Street. It comes from VC firms. It comes from family offices. It comes from retirement plans. It comes from wealth advisors. It comes from the big companies themselves. It comes from investment banks' portfolio companies. The amount of money coming into this space is mind-blowing. And Railtown is the one. Railtown, to me, I mean, there's clearly other AI companies out there. I just don't know anything about those. And I also think one of the advantages of Railtown is their conductor is a tool that can be put on top or alongside any of the other AI tools out there. So it's got, I think it's very exciting. Ward Richardson, Railtown has their shite together. This is not their first rodeo. Great minds in this company. I agree with you. Oh, so now what was saying, talking about land. Yeah, if you know how to cultivate marijuana and you know how to make money at it, yeah, you should do that if that's what you want to do. It's just not an area that I have any interest in. But if that's what you want to do, sure. Wine, coffee, rabbits, apples, those kind of things. It's like Jimmy Rogers said, in the future, stockbrokers are going to drive taxi cabs and farmers will drive Maseratis. So that's going to be the shift of a generation. You're seeing these people, all these hotshots, this financialization of the markets. Maybe we've never had cell phones before. Maybe we haven't had these algorithmic computers before. But finance is as old as cheating. It's as old as adultery. And it's not new. What's happening in the United States markets is the end of a 45-year bull market and the end of 100 years of economic and financial strength of the United States. And we're in a financialization period, which every empire, every strong country goes through. And so all this hot money, it's great while it works and leverage and all that, but when it stops, you drive a taxi cab. It'd be more for the seeds and CBD. Yeah, I have some friends doing CBD oil and etc. I guess. The key thing there, so now what is if you understand it, if you understand the economics, if you understand the value of the land, if you understand how you can improve it, what are the ingredients that go into whatever the hell that little bud is that everyone smokes. Whatever. If you understand it, you should do it. Because that's where you're going to know if the deal, your gut is going to tell you this is a good deal, that's a bad deal. And if you want to make your living, I'm telling you guys, it's going to come down to, do I have a place to live? Do I like the people around me? Am I happy getting up and going about my life? And do I have income? It's going to come down to that. There's going to be a lot of lost people over the next decade. But anyway, with that, my friends, I think I'm going to sign off because I'm worn out. It's 6:24. I guess we can see if we're at war. Zelensky asked Trump for Tomahawk missiles capable of hitting Moscow. That's swell. That is swell. JP Morgan, pullback may last a few more days, and then we see the S&P at 7,000. They're all so late to the game. All right, anyway, oh, I didn't mean to put that. I was trying to sign out. I don't know what I just did. Peace, love, and happiness.